Good morning, good morning. Thank you so much. My name is Rena Anakwe, and I'm going to be holding a sound bath for you. If you're not familiar with what a sound bath is, think of it as, okay, we're gonna go far out. The earth and I guess the universe is composed of things like vibrating strings, right, in string theory. And so since we all are made up of those things too, with sound frequencies, those vibrating strings can meet other vibrating things in the air around you, which are sounds. So when those frequencies meet your frequencies in your body, that can create opportunities for relaxation, for stress relief from anxiety, PTSD. So I'm going to create a sound bath for all of you to ease you into relaxation, but also to set the tone for this lovely day since we're here together. So I want us to all start off by inhaling and exhaling. And another deep breath in. And exhale. And another great deep breath in. And exhale. And at any time throughout this, just drop down to your breath. It's always there for you. It will always serve you. And just start to let go of any of the places and spaces in your body where you might be holding any tension. And inhale. And exhale. And continue to breathe.
Thank you for that, Rena. What an uplifting way to start today's program. So good morning. My name is Sarah Lawrence. I am the Iris and B. Gerald Cantor Curator in charge of the Department of European Sculpture and Decorative Arts. Heidi Holder, the Chair of Education at the Met, had hoped to be here to welcome you today to, before yesterday, we could fly a creative convening on Afrofuturism, but she woke up not feeling well and decided we would all stay in better health if she stayed home. So I'm speaking to you in her stead and in her words. So it is wonderful to see so many of you here in the audience this Saturday morning, and thank you also to those of you who are watching us online. I'd like to acknowledge the Met's location in Lenape Hokim homeland of the Lenape diaspora, and historically a gathering and trading place for many diverse Native peoples who continue to live and work on this island. Exactly 1 year ago today, before yesterday we could fly, an Afrofuturist Period Room opened at the Met, and we are thrilled to welcome you to a day of dynamic presentations, conversations, and performances by artists and scholars to celebrate and mark its 1-year anniversary. We are also approaching another milestone, which is 500,000 visitors to this exhibition, which is really quite astonishing. I think after this weekend, if you all stop in, we might push ourselves to the 500,000 mark. We are honored to have such leading visionaries as a part of this program today. Rena Anakwe, who just did the sound bath for us to open the events, Cynthia Copeland, Jenn Nkiru, Hannah Beachler, Michelle Commander, Roberto Lugo, John Jennings, Tourmaline, the Afrofuturist Teen Council members, Alexander Manevitz, and for the grand finale, Moor Mother. Thank you so much for being a part of this momentous occasion. We are so grateful that we get to be inspired to reflect and to imagine with you today and beyond. And I'd also like to extend our gratitude to our funders. Our program today is made possible in part by the Prospect Hill Foundation. The exhibition was made possible by the Hobson Lucas Family Foundation and the Directors Fund here at the Met. Additional support was provided by Art Mentor Foundation, Lucerne, and the Terra Foundation for American Art. I also want to acknowledge the support of individuals such as Jamie Drake and Kay Unger, who acquired several of the objects for us that are on display in the room. This is an important legacy of this project to establish the foundation for a collection of African diasporic, and African American design within the museum's permanent collection. So we're very grateful to those donors as well. Now I'm transitioning into my own world, so I'm now Sarah instead of Heidi. This project, I thought what I would do just to start the morning is to give you a sense of the history of how this project came into being at the Met. It was quite an unusual project to take on, and now I think we've all gotten more used to it, but in the very best sense of the Met embracing new types of programming and acquisitions. This project is unusual in so many ways, but in part as a cross-departmental collaboration at the Met that draws on the collections of the American Wing, the Michael C. Rockefeller Collection, European Sculpture and Decorative Arts, and the Department of Modern and Contemporary Art. I've had the great privilege of working very closely with my colleague Ian Altever, who's sitting here in the front row, the Aaron I. Fleischman Curator in Modern and Contemporary Art. We've been working together since the more formative stages of this project, and in fact, his involvement even precedes my arrival at the Met. The project really began with my involvement in the spring of 2019. Max Holein, director of the Metropolitan, had arrived at the museum wanting a new kind of period room. And so I put on the screen 3 kind of predictable traditional period rooms that are in the museum. You see on, I'm gonna get reoriented, on the lower right, the Hart Room from 17th century Massachusetts. On the left, an 18th century private dining room from Bordeaux, France, and then the Francis Little House living room from Minnesota, which was designed by Frank Lloyd Wright, 1912 to 1914. So you can understand Max's position that if the most modern of our period rooms is 150 years old, maybe it's time that we think this. But Max didn't just want a more recent, a newer period room. He really wanted us to rethink what a period room could be. People love period rooms. They are among our most beloved galleries in the museum, and they interact with the audience in a way that's very different from a traditional gallery. First and foremost, because they are immersive in a completely low-tech way, but it is an immersive experience to walk and look at a period room. So each of the rooms you see here are experienced standing behind a plexi wall. And it's this barrier to entry that is part of the intense, almost visceral response to a period room, because you realize you have to imagine physical entry into this room. It's an inaccessible place and an inaccessible time that's being presented to you. And so you enter it through your imagination. What interests me about period rooms, I like to call the conundrum of the period room. The effectiveness of a period room, such as the ones you see on the screen now, has to do with the invisibility of the curator's hand, this veneer of authenticity. So what we respond to is feeling like this is really it, right? This is really the desk where Marie Antoinette wrote her letters, when in fact these are fictions, right? These are very carefully researched and considered assemblages of floors and ceilings and furnishings and works of art that in many cases were never ever actually together in the same place at the same time. But they have a very profound impact on the viewer, as I say, in transporting them from the present tense into an imagined distant time. So in fact, while they are a fiction, they are a critical interpretation of the historical past. And it's that critical eye act, which is sort of invisible to the viewer, that is so interesting to me. And our period rooms, while so beloved, have been under appropriate scrutiny of late because they are predominantly white, Western European, affluent domestic interiors. So Ian and I, in our early discussions, were thinking, okay, what if we start with that fiction, right? How would starting with the fiction allow us to tell stories in our museum and in our period rooms that are otherwise omitted? Another thing in our mind was the history of Seneca Village. And I'm showing you here a topographic map that was made in the late 1850s to record the appearance of Seneca Village. I hope all of you in the audience today have been to visit. It was a predominantly black community that flourished in the 1820s and 1850s. You're going to hear much more about Seneca Village over the course of the day. It ran from about what is now 81st, 82nd Street to about 89th Street on the west side of Central Park. And this community was raised through claims of eminent domain in order to build Central Park. This is one of many black communities that was destroyed through claims of eminent domain for urban improvement programs, which devastated black communities to create opportunities for other residents in the city. So Seneca Village was just 250, 300 yards west of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And we felt strongly that there is both an opportunity and a responsibility to acknowledge that proximity. And we felt that this project gave us an opportunity to do just that. So this is our fiction. We thought, let's imagine if Seneca Village had not been destroyed and continued to exist and thrive today. Let's imagine a woman who is a descendant of the original families who lived in Seneca Village. She is living in her family home, which is now a historic house. She has now accrued some degree of material wealth and has in fact expanded her very small residence to add on another wing that's very modern and fabulous, the living room, and I hope you've all seen it. And she has furnished it with furnishings and acquired works of art, both historical and contemporary, that she feels reflects her own sense of self and her family's history. That was our fiction for the period room. In developing these ideas, oh, you know what? I think I forgot a slide. You're going to see this in another talk as well. I did want to give you a sense of what it looks like now. Here is one of the plaques that's been erected by the Central Park Conservancy that identifies some of the most significant identifiable buildings from Seneca Village, so the 3 churches, some of the residences. And so this is what it looks like now. You can see this beautiful landscape and plaques that help you understand the placement of the community across the landscape. So in doing this work, as I said, we had 2 different sort of concepts that were very much informing what we did. And the first relied very heavily on the scholarship of Saidiya Hartman. She's a professor at Columbia University. And she developed the notion of critical fabulation, which is really important to the work that we are doing. Professor Hartman is very interested and sensitive to how there have been erasures in history. There are spaces in the archives that are empty, that fail to tell the stories of the fullest community, and these erasures and absences speak to the fact that certain people's lives were not recorded, or if they were recorded, they were not considered valuable enough to keep. And so her work is very much a prompt for the urgent consideration of how to fill in those gaps in history, that we have an obligation, scholars who have an immersion in these historical periods, how can we fill in these stories using our scholarship to tell a fuller story of the lives of these people? I'm showing you here just one example of how we took the notion of critical fabulation, which really is a mindset for the entire project. We are imagining a future, one proposed future for Seneca Village that could not be, and we are, in a sense, making a critical fabulation of what that would look like. But we also grounded this work in some very detailed examination of shards that were discovered in the 2011 excavation of Seneca Village. So you're seeing a shard on your left of a piece of salt glazed pottery. And in the kitchen of the period room, we have matched it with a complete container of the same type of pottery, so that we are, in a sense, making this history whole again by literally displaying these works in the period room. Another example is the hair comb, which is on view also in the kitchen. So on the right, you see a small, very plain plastic hair comb that was found in the same excavation in 2011. And we are, in a sense, symbolically representing it through another hair comb that was in our collection, also made of plastic. These are these new 19th century plastics that were produced, created, invented through the colonial economies of stolen materials and stolen labor. So there's a very important part of the story of the history of Seneca Village to be found. And we found that the work on the left, which has this extraordinary chain link decoration, a very important evocation of the association of the Seneca Village history with the Underground Railroad and the very complicated and difficult history of slavery that is so much at the foundation of the motivations behind establishing Seneca Village. One other way in which I want to make reference to Cynthia Hartman's scholarship is because in calling this a period room, let's go on to the final slide, we're critiquing the notion of period, right? In choosing this Black history, what is the period we're even talking about? Cynthia Hartman writes really beautifully about this notion of temporal entanglement, and I'd like to quote her directly here. She writes, "A way of thinking the afterlife of slavery in regard to how we inhabit historical time is the sense of temporal entanglement, where the past, present, and future are not discrete and cut off from one another, that we live in the simultaneity of that entanglement. So our visitor is invited to recollect a disrupted past and reclaim an alternate future." And one of the important innovations of this period room is that it's really a house. It's not just a room, and you walk around it. And in thinking of how to achieve that kind of temporal fluidity that Professor Hartman speaks to, I worked really, I was very inspired in working with my curatorial team in this work to think of ways of making it experiential so that we could kind of get a sense of that entanglement of the past, the present, and the future. The other sort of framing device in coming to terms with this project was, of course, Afrofuturism, which is embedded in the title. Using Afrofuturism as a proposition of how we can reimagine the past to envision a different future. Now, as many of you in this room know, Afrofuturism is a term that was coined by Mark Derry, the critic, to describe a range of creative practices in music, such as thinking, for example, of Sun Ra, or in literature with Octavia Butler's extraordinary fiction. And the application of Afrofuturism continues to expand and evolve, but it always centers Black agency, self-determination, and creative liberation. Which brings us to our recognition, Ian and mine, that this is not our story to tell. And we needed to build a team of curators in this work to even consider moving forward with it. So the first place we started was to give Hannah Beachler a call. and I will give Hannah a full introduction in just a moment. People know her, among other things, for her work in the movie Black Panther, which is how I was exposed to her creative process. And I was thinking of that extraordinary study in which she sort of weaves together pan-African, pan-historic, decorative motifs to create a kind of very futuristic, visionary style for her domestic interiors. And in thinking about this project, I thought I should speak to Hannah about this. She has done so much of this work already, and I felt it would be really provide incredible, important guidance to have a conversation with her. It was a great call, completely out of the blue, and we were astonished and delighted that Hannah had really been thinking very closely about this work. She had other projects going on that dovetailed beautifully with this project, and her enthusiasm and insight and just creative wow in talking to her about this ultimately led to her taking on the position of lead curator in this project. We are so grateful, and it's been such a privilege to work with Hannah, and I'm so happy she's here today, and you'll have a chance to hear from her shortly. Next was Michelle Commander, who is a scholar at the Schomburg Center, who has worked extensively on this history, whose insight we desperately wanted to center in this work. But as a historian, she does such serious archival work, but she is an amazing storyteller. She is able to bring to her the nitty-gritty of her scholarship this wonderfully engaging narrative that makes her scholarship accessible to a very broad circle. And so the four of us became kind of the central curatorial team, with Hannah very much in the lead. And then there followed a team of creative practitioners, scholars, artists, and designers who were part of creative convenings and conversations that started as early as January of 2020, have been ongoing and integral to today's program. Many of them are here today. We've organized today's program according to the central themes of this project in those very earliest formative conversations: home, flight, and storytelling. Each section combines artistic and scholarly responses to these themes, and I know you will enjoy each and every one of them. So I'm going now to introduce our speakers from the first session on the theme of home. Cynthia Copeland is a scholar, educator, and public historian. In 1997, she curated the exhibition Before Central Park, The Life and Death of Seneca Village at the New York Historical Society. She really brought the community back into the public eye and is the co-founder of the Seneca Village Archaeological Project and president of the Institute for the Exploration of Seneca Village History. Cynthia cannot be with us in person today, but we are thrilled that she can join us virtually to offer reflections on home in a pre-recorded video, and she will follow me directly after my introductory remarks. Hannah Beachler, our lead curator, made history when she became the first African-American to be nominated and to win an Academy Award in 2019 for production design for her work on the film Black Panther, directed by her longtime collaborator, Ryan Coogler. Most recently, she designed No Sudden Move with director Steven Soderbergh and Dark Waters with director Todd Haynes. Hannah also designed Beyoncé's stunning visual concept album Lemonade and earned a 2016 Emmy nomination for outstanding production design for a variety nonfiction, and in 2017 a Peabody for her work on the visual album, and took home the 2017 Art Directors Guild Award for excellence in production design. She joined the singer again in 2018 to design the interstitials for Beyoncé and Jay-Z's Mega Tour, and in 2019, Hannah was named one of Fast Company's 100 Most Creative People in Business, Marie Claire's magazine 50 New Guard, Elle Magazine's 2019 Women in Hollywood's Power List, and InStyle's 50 Badass Women list. For her work on Black Panther, Hannah was named Elevate's 2019 International Woman of Change and received the Critics' Choice Award, Hollywood Film Award, Latino Entertainment Journalists Association Film Awards, Music City Film Critics Association Awards, and there is more, but I'm going to stop there. But we are so privileged to have her here today. And she is here with her great friend and collaborator, Jenn Nkiru. Hannah brought Jenn into this discussion early on in 2020 and has been an integral voice in this process from the get-go. She is an award-winning visionary artist and director from London. The relationship between the spiritual, visual, sonic, somatic, music, and movement are central to concerns in her work and how they intersect and work together to expand the possibilities of film language. Pushed through a surrealist lens, her works are grounded in the history of Black music, Afro-surrealism, the aesthetics of experimental film, international art cinema, the Black arts movement, and the rich and variegated tradition of cinemas of the Black diaspora and their distinct experimentation with the politics of form. She has steadily created a collection of works with her distinctive visual style, powerful use of sound through her short films, commercials, and music videos for the Met, the Whitney, Gucci, Freeze, as well as artists such as Beyoncé, Rage Against the Machine, Kamasi Washington, and Nenek Cherry, amongst others. She is the 2021 Grammy Award winner for Best Music Video for her direction on Brown Skin Girl by Beyoncé, and she is in addition the winner of a Cyclope, Soul Train, Cannes Lion, and NAACP Award for the same video. We're going to begin this morning with a screening of her latest work, Outside of Time, which was commissioned by the Met as the centerpiece for the exhibition, Before Yesterday We Could Fly, an Afrofuturist Period Room. So please enjoy the screening of Jenn's extraordinary video, and then following that, Jenn and Hannah will take stage for a conversation. Thank you so much again for being here.
Good morning.
I was mistaken. Cynthia Copeland is speaking first.
Welcome to Before Yesterday We Could Fly, a creative convening on Afrofuturism at the Met. Today marks the one-year anniversary, happy anniversary of the wonderful unveiling of this fantastic period room that has been inspired by a community known as Seneca Village. And Seneca Village was a 19th century African-American community, and it existed on a certain parcel of land that became Central Park. Unfortunately, it met its demise through the taking of the land by eminent domain, but for the longest, the community was a thriving community with churches and schools and community members and neighbors and adopted family and kinfolk, all establishing this creative space that meant so much to them. More than anything, it meant home. It was home to these people who lived on the grounds of this space. By 1855, which was sort of the time of the last New York State census that was taken, there were approximately 266 people, maybe upwards of 300 people living on the grounds. And they had to leave so that the beautiful park that we know of exists in the area and that we all enjoy. And we can't imagine the city without Central Park. However, it's important to understand that there was a pre-park history that came before. And so that brings us to the topic of home. When we think about home, we think about these spaces that exist. And home can mean so many things to so many people. And for me, when I think about home, I think about it on sort of two levels. I think about it as the spatiality of a place, the construct of walls and beams and rooftops and doors and windows and a collection of items such as furniture. It's texture to me. Home is texture. There's a richness within those spaces where we think about putting the key in the door and walking in and perhaps finding solace within that space. It may be that home is sacred. It is a place where we go to when we're looking for comfort. It is a place we go to when we want to hide away from things that don't work for us. It is a place that we move to and through for nurturing. We want to nurture and be nurtured. If we're fortunate enough to have home spaces that have green spaces surrounding the home, that could also be an extension of the home that has been constructed for us to rest our heads and to make meals and to bring together all kinds of exciting educational and intellectual and stimulating conversation and experiences that can happen. We learn how to live in spaces that we call home. There can be, for many who live in homes, a space that is a wealth of riches. It can feel like there's just an abundance of all kinds of feelings and emotions and smells and connections, that collection of items that bring us to a space of memorabilia, history. It helps us to think about noise, right? There's the cacophony of sound that comes in. If there's more than one of us in that space, we're hearing things. And even if there's just one of us walking up those creaky stairs and hearing the sounds of the squeaks and knowing that someone has perhaps been there before us. And so kind of tapping into that historical space of the place where we are, and then also thinking about how place and home connects us to our present space and how it can move us forward into the future. And so that is one way of me sort of thinking about home in that layered texture of the architectural space, right? The design of a space that can provide that sense of safety and, box us kind of in. The other way that I think about home is on the individual plane and how we carry home with us wherever we are. In the case of Seneca Village, people migrated to the space and laid down roots. They came from different parts of the country. They came from different parts of the state, New York State, New Jersey, Virginia, the Eastern Shore of Maryland, and they came and they settled into these spaces as free people so that they could live out their dreams and think about how the possibilities of what it means to be walking around in black skin but not being welcome in white spaces and in a society that looked upon and frowned upon people with black skin. And so therefore they had to together create this home space that was satisfying to them. And within that, there was that sense of belonging, that sense of self-determination. This is where I make my decisions. This is where I can control my life. This is where Black love and Black joy is going to live, and where we are all going to thrive together by taking care of one another and by being sure to, again, create opportunities that will make our space a unique space and will be transformative in spaces. So as people are carrying those kinds of memories of the places where they came from, they're taking those experiences that they had from other places and bringing them together into this sort of diasporic kind of space where we're blending and melding cultures and sharing ideas and developing something new. And so to me, home is that space and that place where we can come together and build character. It is about production. It is the idea of where passions can run wild, and it's the source of our being. And, sometimes when we're in homes, and whether we're in the constructed space or we're carrying home within us, sometimes those memories aren't so great. And sometimes we have to deal with the fact that sometimes home spaces can produce scars. Sometimes home spaces can produce spaces, emotional places and spaces and feelings of depression. And some of those feelings that we carry with us are about I've had these bad experiences, but I'm going to learn from them. And so in some instances, we run away from home, right? But we're always running away from home, but we're also seeking out home because we want to belong. We want to find that space, that community, that communion that can be there for us. So home to me is something that we long for. Home is something that we, again, create, that we are able to find, that spiritual connection And again, it is what we seek. Home is what we seek. And when we find it, we bring our little pieces together and we develop this space of this wealth of riches, the treasures that we have. And that brings me to our Afrofuturistic Period Room at the Met, because we're bringing together all kinds of people who have all kinds of different experiences, and we're bringing home and a new idea of home to a space that has traditionally looked at home and spaces in sort of a Eurocentric kind of way that has a particular stylized view and a particular types of aesthetics that can come to those spaces. And the folks at the Met have decided that, you know what, there has been an erasure of voices. There has been a complete overlooking or omission of individuals who deserve to have a place in the canon. They deserve to be on view. Representation is so important. And when you think about Black representation, it is a place, it's representation that, again, is sort of a gumbo of individuals, and proud of that gumbo. It's a secret sauce that brings together all kinds of experiences, all kinds of designs, all kinds of language, all kinds of approaches to living life, all kinds of music, and together it just brings this incredible tapestry, a quilt-like design of being. And knowing that and accepting that, it was the Met's choice to decide we need to do something that is representative of that. And we need to take our creativity, and we need to take our inspiration from this place called Seneca Village. And we need to think about, what would Seneca Village be like if it had been able to continue to thrive as it was doing in the 19th century? What would it be like in the 21st century? What would it be like even beyond that? And so this idea of Afrofuturism gives us that sense, that ability to bring in this new sensibility, this new aesthetic. It is maybe couched in, some might say it's very playful. Some might say that there's a seriousness to it. But what most people will say is that it is this possibility for dreaming. It is this possibility to soar. It is this possibility to just imagine and to create. Because Black people have always had to create and figure out how to make a way out of no way. Stitching together a little bit of this and a little bit of that, taking the detritus of the society, pulling it together and turning it into something new and something fabulous, and something that others on the outside like and learn to appreciate. And sometimes through that appreciation, they call it flattering, maybe they co-opt things a little bit and put a little bit of spin on it, but it always seems to start with the source of the being of the people who have been nearly erased, but have left their mark one way or another. So when I think about this opportunity of having this very joyful space at the Met, I am so grateful to all the collaborators who came together, people who wouldn't normally be found working with curators in a museum space, bringing in theatrical folks, set designers, ceramicists, contemporary ceramicists, bringing in historians and archaeologists, and everybody sort of poets and griots and storytellers coming together and just imagining, creating a new kind of gumbo that can exist in a space at the Met. And that's what you have in this Afrofuturistic Period Room. And I sure do hope that if you haven't been to that space, before yesterday we could fly, that you come soaring over to the Met, and you just spread your wings and you get into that tiny little space, but you peek through those holes, you see what these artists from all over the African diaspora have come together to pull together for you to see. There's also a bit of, European flavor in there, a little bit of peppering of that, because, we all learn from each other. We borrow from each other. We build from each other. We are a collective people. That's what this idea of being together and having this creative convening is all about. So thank you for coming and joining us. Thank you so much for being here. There is going to be an exciting series of speakers and panels, and I hope that you'll just be able to soak it all up in. And by the time you leave, I hope that you will have new ideas of what home means, of what storytelling means, of what place means, and how together we can be a very transformative people for all. So thank you again for coming, and have a great, great, great conference.
I'm just giggling. Thank you all for being here. I hope everybody's had a chance, and if you haven't, to see the exhibit here with Jenn. And we're just gonna have a conversation, but I wanna start with talking about outside of time and off of what Sarah has said. You know, when we first started this exhibit and working on this exhibit with everyone, and we started talking about, you know, the visual inside the five-sided television. Of course, I instantly said Jenn, and you know, at that time we were about 2020, 2021. We, you know, we were in the before times, and a big theme for this exhibit is home. And I think the idea of that changed. I remember a very specific phone call with Anna Matisse and Sarah and Ian, you know, during that summer of 2020, the turmoil, and we kind of sat down and said, okay, you know, our thoughts on this are changing because of the things that are happening in specifically this country, but all over the world. And I think home meant something different. A lot of us were locked in them. You know, we're kind of reassessing our lives, what we're bringing to the world. How, you know, and then looking at this, how has that, where did you start with home at that time, and where are you now? And looking back at that, how has home changed for you over that time?
Yeah, I firstly just want to start by saying how excited I am that we get to have a conversation together, and thank the Met too for their being incredible collaborators in this process. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you all, so thank you. It's so interesting, the concept of home, because when I think about it, particularly diasporically, right? We are speaking of Black people in particularly, we are a people who have moved and at points in history been moved across different spaces. And so the whole idea of home has always been one that has been a transitionary force for us, and one that can find space and place in different areas. So I think for me, even thinking about the idea of home, particularly when thinking about this project, because when Hannah came to me, it was like such an exciting idea, and I was so excited to collaborate with you on this. And I started thinking about, there's a terminology that I coined a few years ago called cosmic archaeology. And it's this idea that, you know, we have understandings about certain aspects of our history, but there's a lot of aspects of our history which Arthur Jaffa refers to as the missing, which are like the unknown unknowns. So a lot of what I'm doing in my work is taking the known ideas and kind of then going into a more speculative, imaginary space, and thinking about and formulating ideas on what fills in the in-between spaces that we are unaware of. And so a lot of this process was that for me. And it's so funny, like thinking about during the period of like 2020, like, you know, it was almost like I was carrying home in my gut, you know what I mean? It was like that kind of period where it was like such an incredibly changing time. And I think where I kind of found my sense of grounding, because home for me is a lot to do with grounding, was just being able to sit with my ideas and thoughts and feelings and speculations, and being able to then create work like this, which takes both the actual and the historical and the speculative and puts it on an even playing field, is something that, you know, I enjoy doing. I want to throw the question back to you.
Right. Well, I mean, that you say that specifically about moving about. I think my idea of what home was as I get older, or what home is, has changed. Certainly the building that we walk into, the place that we are, is a matter of how comfortable, you know, we can become in that space. I think, you know, because I move around so much, you move around so much, and as I kind of left my childhood home, there was never a moment of having sort of roots anywhere. And a lot of it was out of survival, but then I look back and a lot of the movement that you find in the Black community and the diaspora was survival. Whether it was migration on the continent in the 4th, 5th, 6th centuries because of climate, because of weather, or whether it was trade routes, there was this constant movement, and I kind of feel like that's innate. And I think for the period room, for me at that time, you know, I was still trying to figure out home. And I felt like, you know, in talks with Sarah and Ian about having sort of this side of this building, this place that had a sense of history and ancestry and whimsy and a sort of mysticism to it in the idea of alchemy and the idea of apothecary. And then you have this side of this home that is sort of the more future side of this home. And then you've got the chairs sort of on the precipice of those two things, and sort of signifying that it's all one moment. It's cyclical. It's a continual movement. And I think that's where I look back and I say there's this constant movement. The way you look in it and look out of it, like from both sides, the windows, sort of deciding what those pieces of us are within. There's also a sense of voyeurism to it. I think home, there's a lot of voyeurism. I realized at some point that I have 5 brothers and sisters, and we each grew up in a different home with different parents, even though we were in the same home with different parents, with the same parents, because we came at different times, and the movement for my parents through these children were very different. And I think that that's how I've kind of come to understand what my mindset was during that time of sort of starting to think about. I mean, Sarah's the one, I always say, Sarah's the one that said, maybe it's a building in a building. And I was like, you don't know who you're saying that to. I'm going to do that. And we'll talk about that. And as soon as that was said, and a building in a building, and where I was in the world, and at the time, the before times, as I like to call it, that I realized that, that's what really where I was then, was movement in the sort of this stasis. And I think that was a lot of why it was such a difficult period of time, because my body was still kind of moving forward, but internally, but I was in this moment of stasis, and you become a void. And I kind of saw this building catapulting through space, right? Like, it's just moving through darkness and space, and it's this light that kind of travels through the universe, collecting pieces of our past as a Black community. The windows, again, symbolizing like what we are able to see, what we are able to fathom, what we are able to, gain from that past, because it's window size. It's not like I can see the big picture at either end. Those are for us to create in the future, which is now, right? Because my present is somebody's future, and my present is also my own past. So, I can go on with this moment, but that's kind of how I see home. And now I understand that no matter where I go, when I go home to New Orleans in my house and I walk in the door, it's more about me having agency in that space than it is about this being the place where I'll root down. Because my roots go deep and they go far, and I think so do our ancestors, so does our history. And I want to travel the lines of those roots. So home is wherever those roots take me, but there are certainly places where I feel more comfortable than others, where I have agency. And that's kind of from there to here at this point.
It's so interesting as you were saying that. I was thinking too about the fact that home for me has always been in physical spaces, transitional as well. And kind of a overarching theme for me is a space for freedom, you know? And even though oftentimes we're thinking about home it's almost like when you think about home, because you naturally think architecturally about structure, so you think about confinement, but at the same time, like free, you know, home spaces are spaces of freedom. And I think that's also, if I can bring it to where we are now, you know, how ideas of what home can be to various people is a constantly transitioning thing, but it's, I'm thinking, I guess, in a more African or cosmological sense that you kind of carry it in spirit, you know? And, you know, if we're thinking architecturally about material and space, I'm not even really making a comment, I'm almost just like giving my thoughts in this moment. But like if you're thinking about, you know, ideas of home that are within, you know, within the body or within the spirit, I start to think about, okay, what are the materials that, the spiritual materials, or like the spiritual aspects that can, you know, create a sense of what home is, you know? Love being obviously at
Absolutely.
the foundation of that, but yeah, I'm just...
You know, and I think in my work, it really became an important, when I met Ryan Coogler, who I work with quite often, and started working on Fruitvale Station with him, and you know, me moving around a lot at that time and sort of here and there, and he had this incredible sense of connection with his community in Oakland, like something I'd never sort of experienced. Like I grew up in the same house until I was 18, and you know, we lived on a farm and I kind of did the thing, and it was very idyllic, but I never really had a connection or a sense of like, I'm never leaving. Like this is such a part of me. You know, our first instinct, all of the kids were like, bye, you know what I mean? Like we're out of here. And he had this incredible sense of belonging, I guess, that I'd never experienced. And so I kind of globbed onto that. And he taught me in my work, place is so important, that it can become another character. It can become part of the story. It's not just where the things are happening in the movie or in the television show or whatever media we're watching, that it is actually an integral part of why the characters are who they are, which is how we are in life. You know, and I've never really experienced it in that way, so I really started to kind of dive into it in my beginning work with Ryan, and then, you know, and then Wakanda came along. And then that little thing called Wakanda came along, and that was the big challenge, because it wasn't just about, you know, here's some really cool things. It was like, okay, create a civilization, go, you have a year. And, you know, where do you start with that? And I think my process was born at that point. Before I was kind of doing things, right? It's like, I know this is important, I know that's important, I think place is important and people are important to tell this story, the canvas. But with that, I realized how deep it can go, how important our histories are to how we sort of interpret flight, how we interpret home, and our place in it as Black people, and specifically as Black women. Because I think that there's something to be said for, you know, Black women having really been the nurturers and the key to survival for the Black community, especially when trafficked to the United States. So, and in many other places, right, throughout the world for labor. And so, you know, that became really important of how do you build that? How do you think about that on a macro level, such as kind of creating a society? And how would you make it ideal, right? And not ideal, because we had conversations about like, well, you know, what do people do when they get in trouble and things of that nature? So I think that's, at that stage of my career, that's when I really sort of like, okay, I had to you know, a real cathartic moment with place and home. And then after that, you know, is when, you know, I got with Sarah and Ian, the Met, and started talking about this, maybe several years after that, but which kind of played right in, like Sarah was saying, played right into how this kind of came out. So it's, how do you feel in your work it shows itself or doesn't show itself, and is that important when you're working on a project to really speak of home, and on what level? Is it a micro level? Is it just something personal? Or is it really kind of like, you know, when I look at your work, I see, obviously, I'll let you talk about that.
I think for me, it's all the things, you know. I think it's like a whole melange of like many different like things. I think, for example, like when making this piece, I think in terms of like my process, again, we were offered, you know, I got to see images of the artifacts that were excavated from the site. I was also thinking about, most of the times for me, sound comes first, right? So I was thinking about the space on the frequential level, you know, what was that frequency, you know, and how do I like meditate on that frequency and, you know, tap into that, because I think, we were just having like conversations even earlier this morning, you know, oftentimes when you look at history, it's such a zoomed out kind of like perspective on like, what a time or a place or a people and how they experience things. But then I was like really thinking about, you know, how do we zoom in, you know? And, you know, we have the objects and we have the space, but what about the people? How might have they interacted? You know, like what does joy look like, you know, for them? What does aspects of quietness or silence look like for them, or meditation look like for them? I was also then thinking too, you know, from the Afrofuturistic perspective and everything we were discussing too about how cyclical everything is. And so the piece for me then kind of started to merge into being and feeling like a memory repository of sorts, you know? So it was a boundless repository that of a people that spanned, you know, time, you know. So, which is why in the sound design there are sounds that feel more contemporary.
I was gonna say, I heard the beats. Yeah. I heard the beats, and I was like, because it's so beautifully and perfectly done. The mixture of the sounds from the archival to, you know, what we can gather as contemporary present day. But talk more about the sound, because it was so important. Like as we're going through the house and I'm hearing like street sounds that are contemporary, sort of looking at this sort of historical feeling place, and then you kind of go into this sort of like another time, and I think, like as Sarah was saying, you don't know what time it is, but yeah, I think it's fabulous.
Yeah, it was almost like, it was like a deliberate collapsing, you know, that I was trying to, you know, like you can see the housing blocks in the background of the kids, but then the space interiorly is a period space. And I grew up in London, and I grew up in state housing. And so a lot of my memory, like as a kid, is peppered with all kinds of different, I mean, I grew up around so many different people from different parts of the world, and so many different sounds and styles of musics, and, you know, all these things. It's almost like a cacophony of sorts when you're living in a space like that. We shot this piece on the Weeksville Heritage Site as well, which, of course, you know, again, thinking about space is its own kind of, the very kind of existence of it, you know, in itself is an artifact of, is representational of, for me at least, of, it's almost like a sister to a Seneca village, you know, had Seneca village, you know, been allowed to exist and thrive. And so, like, I was, you know, we shot this in one day, you know, and we edited it in 2.5 days. So it was like it was quick, but what we were able to do is, especially with my incredible cinematographer, Pierce Robinson. I don't know if Pierce is here. Are you here? Put up your hand if you're here, Pierce. Maybe he's not here. But we were able to, like, you know, just kind of like visit we kind of like just walked around the area, just kind of like observing people, and it's typical to what, how I do my process, observing kind of times of day and, how people kind of moved about their day. And, again, it's what you said too, Hannah, is like this understanding that you can't discount you can't discount the past from the present or the present from the future, and vice versa. So when walking around, seeing the folks that were living in the area, in my mind, I was just thinking, these are just the descendants of this space, And so again, a lot of the way I create is listening, like just listening to people, listening to space, and just reading the space. And so I really wanted in the sound design to create, again, because it is a repository and it's a communal, sonically and visually, it's a communal space. I wanted it to feel like, I wanted it to have this kind of like cacophony of like sound that spans different time periods. And so that's what that was. And then also it's just, the experimental space we were given to make the piece, allowed us to bring in these ideas of Afrofuturism that speak to speculation, as we're saying, So a lot of it is speculative. It's like, you hear the baby, are we in a dream? Are we in an actuality? Are we in a collapsing of time? Or like, where are we, really, And then thinking about, too, having, and I love when you described how the room is almost like you imagine it like traveling through time and like spaces, this kind of like light being that's picking up, different aspects. We had a character, and it's so funny because I was like struggling to think about what she would be saying, and I remember like 2 hours before the shoot, like writing the script for like everything she's saying. Like we called her daughter 32, and it was just to represent the 32 years of Seneca Village actually being in being. And so we were experimenting a lot with numbers as well. So like a lot of the numbers in terms of where it was located, how many years it existed for. We were playing with that, and playing with, like as she said, I'm coming from XYZ time. And it's a little bit, it's so funny because I didn't think about this when we were making it, but for those who are into the English program Doctor Who, it is a little bit Doctor Who, but like by complete accident. How she's in this like phone box and like traveling time and like, almost our, we have our griot as well, you know?
Yeah.
Who Abiodun, who is from The Last Poets, for those who are familiar with The Last Poets, and he's kind of given the refrain, Seneca, Senegal, Seneca, Senegal, Seneca, Senegal. It's almost like in that refrain, kind of blurring the ideas, not blurring, but kind of trying to close in the proximity of the diaspora, meaning like, trying to connect us, back in, the actual, like phonetics of what he's saying starts to feel very much collapsed into this space, even though we're talking about two places that are geographically at a distance from each other. So a lot of like, world building, I guess, on that level. Of also understanding, as he says, we come, we go, we come again. So you see the family, the same family. I mean, it was very subtle, but costumed differently. In one moment, they're in period costuming, and then we see them more so in contemporary costuming towards the end. And again, it's that understanding of, we come, we go, and we come again. So yeah.
We have 5 minutes, but yeah, I mean. I just really think, and I'm pretty a critical person myself, but when I saw this, it just blew me away. I think there was so much in it that spoke to, the exhibit itself as well, knowing this was going to be on the 5-sided television, knowing sort of the themes that we were hitting on with flight and home, community, sort of recreating in a reimagined way a building that might have existed and will exist, you know, once again.
Yes.
So I feel like part of seeing that sort of on the five-sided, for me, the five-sided, you know, television was a lot about the way that oral stories were told. It's sort of in concert with the fireplace. You know, at one point we were sitting around fires talking and telling stories and remembering our histories and our traditions and you know, frightening children with, you know, campfire stories, like however, you know, all the ways that goes. And then we started sitting around the box with the pictures on it. You know, and I distinctly remember as a child, like, the box. It took over my entire life. And then here I am, right? We're all, and so, you know, those kind of live in concert together. Those kind of are talking to each other about how it was and how it became to be, because we learn the most important information, not only now, but in the past, through the box. Yes. You know, we learn when wars are gonna happen. We learn when, you know, whenever something horrible is gonna happen or whenever something great is going to happen, it comes through this box. I, you know, distinctly remember watching a show where everybody was sitting around the television learning about JFK passing away. And it was a Black family watching this television, and it kind of hit me because of their reaction, and I was young and didn't really understand at the time why that reaction. But so that was a really important part of sort of the past and the history, and the fireplace for me became very much this idea of a time machine. I kind of went into it with the time machine idea. I was like, I just really want this to be a time machine. I was like on this weird time machine kick. And I guess it's a time machine with the Timbuktu lights, bringing in these artifacts that we can then, because a part of that is safety too, right? Home equals safety. Home equals the place where things don't get destroyed, and or that's the idea that we're told about, right? And no matter what it is, there's this obligation to take care and nurture. It's where you raise your family. It's where you raise yourself to some extent. So there was a safety in this idea that it can't be taken again. You know, it can't be destroyed again. It can't be changed. And I understand through DNA, you can't change 1,000 years of DNA, right? But so that was what was important to me of that coming in through there. But I feel like a piece of that five-sided television and all the discussions we had about, like, well, what's going to be on it? What's going to be on it? And then thinking about you and, like, you know, let her run with this, and I know it'll be great. I know it'll be great, but part of it is I just really want to thank you for that, because every time I watch it, it's such an important piece, and hopefully it will live here for some time. So thank you for that, Jen. And always in conversation, having conversation with you, we just kind of go off. We're really being constrained here, because usually we'd be talking about all kinds of things and really going out there. But I think part of it is just, you know, giving the opportunity for people to walk through it and experience the future and the past, I think, in a lot of the ways that Black Americans and Black people in the diaspora have experienced their past, their future, very much looking through it, but always looking through something, only getting a little piece of it and trying to understand the bigger picture from that little tiny piece. Like, everything about your life is hinged on understanding through a window. And sometimes you'll catch something you didn't see before. And sometimes you can change that view of the window, but you're literally never gonna get the entire story. So with critical fabulation, we are, as I think, a people trained to fill in the pieces. And as someone who is adopted into my family, I've been filling in the pieces of my life for my entire life, you know. I did not look like my family. So I'd always be like, well, Diana Ross is my mom, you know, or something, you know. People would be like, where are you from? And nowadays, I'm just like, I'm from Wakanda, you know. And sometimes I get strange looks. Before the first movie came out, I got really, people were like, oh, okay, where is Wakanda? And I'm like, oh, it's really right next to the DRC, you know what I mean? And it's kind of by, you know, Rwanda. And they're like, oh, okay, Wakanda. And now I can't really say it without people calling me out on it, like, okay. But you know what I mean? I'm like, no, I'm definitely Wakandan. So I decide kind of intermittently where I'm from or what I want to be. And I think that almost every project I do is that. Like, I'm never quite, who is Hannah? Maybe that's a movie, but you know what I mean? And I think I see so much of myself in that exhibit. Kind of for the first time in a way that I haven't really looked at home in a long time. So, and I think a lot of it is to do with also your piece and within that. That's just me going off because we have one more minute, but go ahead.
I just want to thank you for your brilliance and everything you've contributed culturally. It's phenomenal. I'm so humbled to call you a friend. And I'm grateful to be here in conversation with you. This is the first time since COVID, I haven't been able to do anything like this. So I'm grateful that we got to do this together.
Yeah.
So thank you. And thank
Absolutely.
you to the Met.
Thank you to the Met. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hannah and Jenn. You can.
We stood up to hug and didn't know.
Just in case you didn't get the implication in this is the first time that Jenn has seen the Period Room. She worked with us from the very start. She was part of the very earliest convening that was so important for the evolution of the ideas. And we didn't know what her place would be in this project, but she was sort of there in spirit. And then Hannah goes and designs this enormous, fab-sided, wacky television set and plops it in the middle of the living room. And Ian and I are thinking, okay, now we've got a TV set, what's gonna be on it? And I don't know if Hannah was always thinking of pulling Jenn back in, but it was the most beautiful, organic, inspiring, and knuckle-biting process because it came in, I don't know, 2 hours before the opening? But we won't get into that. But it was so brilliant, and it left me feeling like there is more to this organic process that we even understood. So thank you to the two of you. Thank you to Cynthia in absentia. And I'm so excited to see so many of you here. We're going to take a break, come back at 1 o'clock after lunch, and move on to the theme of flight. So thank you so much. Enjoy this break. It's a beautiful day out there, but please do come back.
Good afternoon. I'm Ian Altavere, Aaron Fleischman Curator in the Met's Department of Modern and Contemporary Art. I'm very honored that you're joining us today to speak about Before Yesterday, We Could Fly, an exhibition that I'm thrilled to have partnered with colleagues here and elsewhere to curate. We're here to celebrate that room's one-year anniversary. And as my dear colleague Sarah Lawrence described when she introduced the morning, we are nearing close to 500,000 visitors to that special exhibition. And so we're very heartened to celebrate it for many different reasons. I'd also like to reprise our acknowledgement that the Met's location in Lenape-Hoking, homeland of the Lenape diaspora, and historically a gathering and trading place for many diverse Native peoples who continue to live and work on this land. This project is a lot about land, and we spent the morning hearing from various wonderful collaborators on this project speaking about home. And one of the motifs that often came up in our discussions around this show, in particular with our lead curator, Hannah Beachler, was something she described so beautifully in her conversation with Jenn Nkiru, that of her imagining of this period room, of this home, essentially, as a sort of time machine that floats through space and picks up possessions and objects and art along the way. The image of a house that flies is preserved in part in the title, again, of Hannah's design. And the idea of flight is multifold, I think, in this project. There are many different definitions for flight, of course. And one of the initial prompts for the title of the show to begin with is borrowed from an extraordinary collection of African folktales that many of us grew up reading by Virginia Hamilton, The People Could Fly. And that story of flight and other means of transit, I think our first speaker, the extraordinary Michelle Commander, will address first off. And Dr. Commander is not only our wonderful consulting curator on this project, but she is also Deputy Director of Research and Strategic Initiatives at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture at New York Public Library. Previously, she was a tenured associate professor of English and Africana Studies at the University of Tennessee. She's a Ford Foundation Fellow and a Fulbright Scholar. She's also the author of Afro-Atlantic Flight, Speculative Returns and the Black Fantastic, published by Duke in 2017, and certainly one of our primary texts for this show and what led us to ask her to collaborate with us to begin with. It's an inspirational and deeply moving text. She's also the author of Avidly Reads Passages from NYU in 2021 and the editor of Unsung, Unheralded Narratives of American Slavery and Abolition, also 2021 from Penguin. We are also lucky that we can expect another book, which is under contract with Viking, still forthcoming, entitled Seizing Black Space. After Michelle's lecture, a brief paper, we'll be joined by the extraordinary Tourmaline, who's of course one of the wonderful contemporary artists we center in the room, and whose films and self-portrait photographs, if we can call them that, also address, I think, concerns of flight, whether flight is escape or flight of fancy. In her practice, Tourmaline highlights the experiences of Black, queer, and trans communities and their capacity to impact the world. Her films and photographs rewrite mainstream narratives and cultural histories to initiate a paradigm shift and imagine a more pleasure-filled future. Tourmaline's practice invites us to fundamentally reshape our beliefs about what is possible. In addition to the artist's inclusion in our period room, Tourmaline's work is also currently in the 59th International Biennial in Venice, The Milk of Dreams, curated by Cecilia Alemani, and also group exhibitions at the Museum of Modern Art in New York and the Aldrich Contemporary Art Museum in Ridgefield, Connecticut, with a beautiful picture I just saw yesterday by chance. And then in 2023, we can look forward to a solo exhibition at Mudam, the Contemporary Art Museum in Luxembourg. Following Tourmaline's screening and presentation, I'll come back on the stage and be joined by two extraordinary members of our Afrofuturist Teen Council. The Met established the Afrofuturist Teen Council to center youth voices and visions throughout the installation. And participating teens, many of whom are here with us today, served on an advisory council to the installation for a year, sharing more about their extraordinary work. And we'll also hear from the wonderful Zenzele Johnson, our Afrofuturist Teen Council educator, who's been working closely with the group throughout this process. So later, I will join the stage with two of those fantastic council members, Solel Hales and Mohammed Guy, to conclude this second section on flight. But for the moment, please join me in welcoming Michelle Commander.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for responding. I want to start with two things. The first is that you will see a slideshow behind me that may or may not reflect exactly what I'm speaking of. It's just I kind of have some complementary images to what I'm speaking about. They include, of course, the cover of Virginia Hamilton's The People Could Fly, as well as some items that were found at the archaeological dig from 2011, and other items that do have captioning with them. Secondly, I would like to start where lots of great papers start, with a quote from the poet Lucille Clifton. "They ask me to remember, but they want me to remember their memories, and I keep on remembering mine." That is from a poem by Clifton called "Why People Be Mad at Me Sometimes." Years before our recent social and pandemic crises necessitated that we curb how, when, and where we move, I became somewhat preoccupied with Black mobility. I began tracing the ways that structural forces regulated how Black folks moved or didn't move, and how Black people still imagined the possibilities for abolition and liberation in their current moment and into the future, despite the unrelenting forces that would very much like for them, for us, to remain in our places. Indeed, I am particularly fascinated by the cultural and political moments. Lost my place here. Indeed, I am particularly fascinated by the cultural and political phenomena of Black migration, whereby people of African descent attempt to establish a collective politics of refusal by assuming defiant postures despite the imminence of death. I have discussed such creative employments of the imagination using the language of flight in previous works, reflecting across time and space on the ways that African diasporans have taken back control over their bodies, including those kidnapped and enslaved African peoples who resisted in literal and figurative ascension via rebellion during the Middle Passage, when they took leaps from slave ships, when they aligned with one another to forge kinship networks, and as they embarked on centuries of migratory flights throughout the Atlantic world for presumably better chances at life pre and post-emancipation. A starting point on flight. In various Afro-Atlantic folkloric tales, Mami Wada, or Yemanja, a mermaid-like spiritual goddess of water who heals and liberates those who summon her, is often recounted. During the slave trade, the tale goes, a group of Africans who those shackled together on a slave ship called on Mami Wata to carry them back home to Africa, a plea that she granted, endowing them with the needed strength to leap into the ocean. Their screams, the clinking of the metal shackles against the body of the ship, and their impassioned entreaties to Mami Wata are thus fabled to endure in the Atlantic's sonic atmosphere, offering a radical, haunting reverberation. The ocean's very existence as an unwitting accomplice in the slave trade bears witness. Its external groans and bellows across the Afro-Atlantic demand remembrance, articulate sorrow, and express perpetual rage against the shores of dispossession. Reminiscent of the story of Mami Wata and the Igbo enslaved, it is noted often that some Africans en route to the New World careened themselves from slave ships with hopes of returning spiritually to their villages. Narratives in the Black American folklore tradition also engage with the speculative through the often retold and recreated story of the Flying Africans. These tales chronicle a group of Africans who, upon stepping foot in the West, took a look around the landscape and their imprisoned selves and ascended into flight, stealing away across the Atlantic back to their homelands. What became clear to African people from across the diaspora is that the literal ability to ride the air was not the only way in which enslaved people could take control of their bodies or their imaginations. Actively remembering and recreating cultural elements of the past to commemorate forebears, maintaining some control over the range of their psychic mobility, was a significant way to lead Western religious mores. The abolitionist Frederick Douglass, who you all are probably familiar with, offered about fugitivity that his only chance at life was in flight, and that is from his autobiography. Not via bodily ascension, he wasn't speaking about that, into the air, but by running away by foot or various other modes of transport. For Douglass, flight also became a way of living. It was about the creative uses of the imagination to free himself and eventually agitate on behalf of other enslaved people. In his 1845 autobiography, Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass, an American Slave, Douglass not only describes flight as an epistemology through which to live Black life, but also he offers stunning insight into the stakes of movement away from and within the institution of slavery. Douglass no doubt knew who his core audiences were in 1845, so this passage that I'm about to read is doing all kinds of work. Listen to his pronouncements about using silence strategically and how the use or the function of active, deliberate haunting also serves the purposes of liberation. Quote, "I would keep the merciless slaveholder profoundly ignorant of the means of flight adopted by the slave. I would leave him to imagine himself surrounded by myriads of invisible tormentors, ever ready to snatch from his eternal grasp his trembling prey. Let him be left to feel his way in the dark. Let darkness commensurate with his crime hover over him, and let him feel that at every step he takes in pursuit of the flying bondman, he is running the frightful risk of having his hot brains dashed out by an invisible agency," end quote. Might be a Douglass you've never heard before, right? So Douglass's acknowledgement bears repeating, "My only chance for life was in flight." Before yesterday, we could fly. By rejecting the bleak futures that awaited them, enslaved people used flight to take agency of their lives, alerting speculators in slavery that their investments in human property were risky at best. It was not just the financial returns that were uncertain. Enslaved Africans and their descendants did not sit prone. Indeed, they turned the very idea of speculation upside down, detaching the act of speculating from economics and into a radical way of living life. For the enslaved, speculation's conjectural question of what if left open numerous possibilities for living under plantation slavery and/or in flight. Speculation became a subversive way then of life for Black Americans who were determined to self-actualize, forge communities, and experience pleasure on their own terms. Speculation, living speculatively, is an investment in the unseen and precarious. It is a gamble. It is a belief in the possibility of the establishment of new realities outside of dominant society, despite the lack of proof that Black social life is conceivable. The literal unearthed layers surveyed at the Seneca Village site in 2011 archaeological dig contained evidence of lives fully lived nearly 2 centuries before, including fragments of thriving domestic spaces, such as pieces of glass, stoneware dishes, a perfume bottle, a small leather shoe, a hair comb, a kettle, and the stone foundation of a home. Black life was well lived. The residents of Seneca Village possessed the imagination to build a community, a bit of an enclave from the congestion and unsafe realities of lower Manhattan. The buried fragments at the site of what is now Central Park, familial and community memories passed down over time, as well as the fragmented evidences presented by the 19th Century Archive, provided the curatorial team with the starting point for imagining an Afrofuturism, the speculative modality, offered the perfect framing for sorting through how best to represent the collapsing of time that happens within the room. Our placing of a kaleidoscope of items into the space and the intentional centering of Seneca Village into the master accounts or prevailing narratives that we tell about New York's history was paramount. The filmmaker Halle Jarima has referred to the institution of slavery as, quote, a scientific adventure, an attempt by an industrialized society to create a robotic or mindless human being, pure labor. The plantation school of thought believed resistance and rebellion were always provoked by outsiders, that Africans were not capable of having that human need, end quote. Through leaps from slave ships, enslaved people's determination to escape slavery through fugitive flights, the embrace of collective rebellion on plantations, as I've spoken of earlier, they were able to create or establish a collective politics of refusal. They have inaugurated standpoints for actively rejecting the ways that they are relegated to spaces and places in which they cannot truly survive. So is Black art technology? Technology is typically thought of as that which makes science practical, that which recognizes a deeper purpose and whose creator should have in mind the ways that their apparatus will render life easier for the user. The writer Amiri Baraka affirms that art is an apparatus that might serve sensory, aesthetic, and narrative purposes, but also operates as a tool by which to represent and ultimately free Black lives. Certainly, this is not a wholly novel proposition. One only needs to recall the US American fugitive slave narrative tradition and its significance as a genre that gave rise to a long history of Black authors using their work to protest and properly represent the interiority of Black lives. In contemporary speculative cultural productions, Afrofuturist projects emerge as a liberating epistemology, to use that word again, through which to construct more imaginative interpretations of, and oftentimes radical responses to, the environmental issues that plague societies. In his essay, Technology and Ethos, which is very hard to find, but if you're interested, I can give you a link afterwards, which is a cultural nationalist polemic based on the teachings of Maulana Karenga, Amiri Baraka argues that in order to realize freedom, Black Americans should reconfigure how they understand the function of technology and science. I'm going to quote from that just a bit. Machines, the entire technology of the West, is just that, the technology of the West. Nothing has to look the way it does. The West man's freedom, unscientifically, at the expense of the rest of the world's people, has allowed him to expand his mind, spread his sensibility wherever it could go, and shape the world and its powerful artifact engines. Political power is also the power to create, not only what you will, but to be free to go wherever you can go, mentally and physically as well. Think of yourself, Black creator, freed of European restraint, which first means the restraint of self-determined mind development. Think what would be the results of the unfettered blood inventor creator with the resources of a nation behind him. To imagine, to think, to energize. How do you communicate with the great masses of Black people? What are the Black purposes of space travel? In this final question, which is truly one about the stakes of flight, Baraka makes a fascinating, revolutionary call for Black creators to question the function of Western thought. He articulates a desire for the production of Black technology that would offer everyday people psychological ascension over societal circumstances. His is a speculative proposition rooted in centuries of Black strivings, as I've described earlier. And Baraka further explains that unlike the reality of the technology of the West, Black technology, quote, must be spiritually oriented because it must aspire to raise man's spirituality and expand man's consciousness. Witness a technology that kills both plants and animals, poisons the air, and degenerates or enslaves man, end quote. For Baraka, Black art should not seek to imitate that of the West. As a speculative technology, Black art has the potential to liberate. And so these are some of the guiding theories of flight and speculation that really undergirded how we approached this room, its creation, the things that we want it to do, and so on. So as you know very well, or likely know very well, you've heard spoken before me today, the Met is renowned for its gorgeous slate of period rooms, which brings together luxurious furnishings and decor that represent the domestic interior spaces of white American or European affluence, rather than proclaim an overall fixed date or era. Before Yesterday We Could Fly is a speculative reimagining of the period room genre, so to speak, that declares that the past, the present, and the future are intertwined. It signals the circularity of African diasporic time, decorated primarily with art and furnishings by a range of African and African diasporic artists from across time and space. Before Yesterday We Could Fly speculates on what might have happened if it had somehow been able to exist in the present and into the future. In the room, there are myriad imaginative flights assembled, some that use a kind of informed critical fabulation, such as the refashioning of found or theretofore unrelated items that tell a particular story about Black lives and cultures. As anthropologist Michelle Rolfe-Trouillot so aptly explained about time, quote, "The past does not exist independently from the present. Indeed, the past is only past because there is a present. Just as I can point to something over there only because I am here, but nothing is inherently over there or here. In that sense, the past has no content. The past, or more accurately, pastness, is a position. Thus, in no way can we identify the past as past, end quote. All temporalities exist in relation. The interventions in this Afrofuturist Period Room are thus manifold, but they began with the centering of Black life and the arts and cultures of African-descended peoples here in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. A reprise, a remix of Douglas, once more. Speculative flights offer chances for life, for liberating past, presents, and futures. Thank you.
Hi. Hi, thank you. So I just wanted to say a few words about the work, and a lot of it, I wanted to say was about, one thing is, so the first Salacia played with no sound, and it was really interesting because I'd never seen it that way, and it's, the main character is beautifully portrayed by Amira Amon as Mary Jones, and sitting and watching, once I got past the initial embarrassment of, oh, do people think this is what I made? And then being actually it's really gorgeous and beautiful to see Amira and feel the visuals and feel the creation of something and not need the condition of sound to be in a place of appreciation of the performance of the work and us all being here together thinking through flight. So once I kind of pivoted to that, I got back on the path of thinking about flight and not needing a condition to be a certain way in order to know what we want is possible. Some years ago, when I asked Virginia Hamilton's estate, Virginia Hamilton, who wrote The People Could Fly, to use the words from The People Could Fly for the first film that we saw but didn't hear, her partner, Arnold Arnoff, wrote back saying, yes, I could use the text, which was really meaningful to me because I grew up on the stories. He also said, may I add that I will be 84 this July, and Virginia and I were living on Horatio Street in the Village with Jimmy Baldwin as neighbor during those Stonewall days, and so glad to see the commemorations and celebrations of Stonewall and to witness your next generation beyond artistic efforts. So to me, I feel like even in those moments of, or especially in those moments where we think The People Could Fly was launched, and we think about where it was dreamt from, Stonewall and Marsha B. Johnson, who we saw the photo of in the next film, The Pollinator, were in the mix, right? We were all together. And for The Pollinator, that's a film that is really about being unconditional, not needing something to shore up in order to tune to it. It's about transmutation. So years ago, I watched an interview of Marsha B. Johnson saying she was getting on a spaceship, blasting off, and going to the planet Virgo. Right? That's right. Virgo's in the audience, Virgo placements. Watching, it dawned on me how perfect it was that she led the Stonewall Rebellion, which has fundamentally transformed our landscape about what seemed possible, at the same time as the 1969 Apollo moon landing. She was an innovator at the highest level, and she showed she didn't need NASA to do it. She named her organization STAR after the furthest reaches of the celestial expanse, but she was actually harnessing and turning real that expanse in her now. What does that mean? It means that it's about the clarity that comes from knowing what we want and using that to tune to the possibility of it. It's about being so grounded in pleasure that we can't help but release what no longer serves us, planting seeds of our desire and letting that garden grow, right? It's like, what a clarifying moment to be faced with something that you do not want and you don't believe that you deserve. So the violences that happened in Lower Manhattan in the 1800s, whether it was the anti-abolition riots or the draft riots, really helped launch a dream of Seneca Village, right, where people could have a sense of safety and refuge. And it's about not needing the condition, not needing a Seneca Village to exist yet, to know that it's possible. At a time when no one was selling Black people land, the creators of Seneca Village had to firmly believe that their dream was possible, even though it didn't exist before. That belief in our desires, that belief that our desires are not just possible, but already in a state of becoming, helps our timing, right? Being in the right place at the right time so that we and they can allow for what we really want to come to clearer view. So Pollinator was really about the last conversation that I had with my dad in person, and the funeral of Marsha B. Johnson, and me on a zero-gravity flight feeling the effects of weightlessness in ease, and about how these conditions, whether it's a funeral that's like celebrating a life, whether it's a last conversation that actually still is unfolding, or a feeling of weightlessness, of ease, can be tuned to at all times, right? And so it's about using what no longer serves us as fuel for our rocket ships, as Marsha would talk about jumping onto that rocket ship and going to a Virgo, and allowing us to blast off into what we really want, the world and ultimately the earth we really deserve. So that was the theme of those two films. I think it's like really beautiful and alive to have an art practice that sometimes wants to not talk to you, right? Or sometimes wants to talk to you in a way that you have to be really deliberate to listen to. So maybe it's not about the words right now. Maybe it's about the vibe. Maybe it's about the feeling of possibility in celebration. And I think to me, sitting there and being in the audience, it was really encouraging to be in this room and being like, there's something else that's being offered, right, in us all gathering today. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, y'all, I'm an educator, so I'm gonna need us to do a little bit better than that, okay? I'm an energy person, so what you give, I got, and plus more. So good afternoon, everyone. All right, thank you so much. Tourmaline, thank you so much for those amazing words. They're gonna find their way into these acknowledgements as well. My name is Zenzele Zhao Johnson, and I have the absolute pleasure of working with some of the most brilliant minds of today and of the future, the Afrofuturist Teen Council, who will be in conversation today, shortly after I say these remarks. The Afrofuturist Teen Council is, we've been looking through the realm of Afrofuturism in a multifaceted way. It's a year-long program where we get an opportunity to explore science fiction, art, technology, music, film, all things Black culture. And this program really allows council members to engage with the transdisciplinary realm of Afrofuturism, centering Black imagination as well as self-determination. Program participants have attended workshops with artists, scholars, and experts conducted between the Schomburg Center of Research in Black Culture as well as the Met Libraries. They have also developed programming in collaboration with educators, curators, staff, and interns. The thing that is so extraordinarily special about the Teen Council is that it focuses on centering the voices of the teens and asks them not only to engage with the Period Room and the work of the Met, but also how does merging connections help us see ourselves in the world as well as what we want in our future. This would not be possible without a dream team of people that I get an opportunity to work with on a daily basis. Suhaili, Batista, Carolina, this is your vision, so we're gonna shout you out. The team, Darcy Tell Morales, Jerry Payne, Alexis Gonzalez, Ace Evans, Michelle Commander, and so many people have poured into the Teen Council. And that's exactly what youth programming should look like, and centering their dreams, their ideas, and the possibilities. In the spirit of some of the remarks that have been made today about the possibility to soar, flight as proximity, flight as access and departure, and ultimately as existence, our existence, Hannah Bleacher and Jenn Nkiru spoke about the Period Room being a gumbo of some sort. And I'm here to tell you that these council members are the extra sauce. Um, And I want to give a shout out to those who will be presenting today, as well as those who are in the audience in the center, as well as those who are on the live stream who could not make it with us today. Without further ado, I introduce the Afrofuturist Teen Council members. Solel Hayes, a junior at Medgar Evers College Preparatory, and Muhammad Guy, a junior at Leadership and Public Service High School, who will be in conversation with none other than curator Ian Altavier, the Aaron I. Feshman, curator of modern and contemporary art, and also co-curator of Before Yesterday We Could Fly. So let's give it up for them.
Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Hello again. Welcome, Teen Council members. And it's really an honor to share the stage with you. It's been such a treat to spend time with all of you, with your whole cohort in the galleries. And I have learned so much from you already. But we thought, I think, that it would be amazing to share some of that with our audience. And so I'd love for you to take a moment to introduce yourselves to the group here and tell us a little bit about you and what Afrofuturism means to you.
So I think kind of pulling from the conversations from earlier, I would say that my first introduction to Afrofuturism has to be at my home with my family, talking about the different books that my mom would have me read, like autobiographies and folklore stories, or even the conversations with my grandma and how she kind of envisioned a life for her family and making that vision come true in ways that kind of didn't exist in a linear path, but worked its way out in the end. And so when I came to this internship, when I was applying, I was like, this is something that I could expound on, not only from the experiences from my life, but also everything that I could learn, soak it up like a sponge. So I think Afrofuturism, after this amazing experience, is an ever-learning process. There's so many things that you can learn and look at, and you've never kind of conceived in one way. There's so many facets to it.
Well, for me, I'd say I was first introduced to Afrofuturism when I watched the movie Black Panther, because it kind of showcased the idea of it. But at the time, I didn't know what I was experiencing was Afrofuturism. But of course, after joining this program, you come to realize that Afrofuturism is a topic that has multiple definitions. There's not a single way to really define it. It focuses on the African diaspora, but it's about, Black excellence, Black joy, Black achievements, it's about, you could say it's about Black struggles and acknowledging the past, where we came from and where we are now. So it's like an ongoing thing. It's I guess you could say it's about time, except where time isn't linear. It's it's here, it's there, it's everywhere.
So building off from that, I would like to ask, how were these different definitions, these different ideas of Black existence and Black agency coming together with so many different creatives from different backgrounds? How did that amalgamate into the period room? What were some of the points or guides that kind of led it to have this balance that is now the period room?
I love that question because it points to a bit of what you both were saying about your own experience and of what Afrofuturism might be or is. And I think one of the things for us as a team was listening and encouraging a multiplicity of voices. And it was something, in my own experience as a curator, I've done a number of times, and it's always fantastic to have a colleague to do a project with, or to have a living artist to work with on a project. But the amazing thing, and of course this was all unfolding at a time when we were all locked in our apartments, right? And looking at the computer screen, but in a way it made us lean even farther into that and have video conferences with hundreds of people, I think, by the end of it all. And so all these many voices coming together, talking about the kind of kaleidoscopic ways in which Afrofuturism can manifest, I think are really reflected in the project because they were there from the beginning. And I think what we also wanted to model today was a bit of that process too, and we're doing it right now in a way, right? Having a conversation about possibilities, speculating about what might be or what it is or what it still could be. And I think that has been part of what we've centered from the beginning. And I think that comes from Afrofuturism to begin with, right? This kind of sense of conversation, of storytelling, multiple voices, multiple narratives, and many different histories, yeah. That idea of listening to many different stories always makes me want to ask you guys whenever I see you what it is you're reading or looking at right now, and if there are some connections in a way to the room in what you've been looking at in particular.
One thing I could say is about throughout the experience of this internship, we have been looking at the creations of individuals who are inspired by Afrofuturism. To list a few, such as Sun Ra, the creator of the movie Space is a Place, musical artists Solange and Missy Elliott. An honorable mention, I'd say, would be Houston Conwell, the creator of the iconic Cosmograph at the Schomburg Center. And what inspires me, the thing about the Cosmograph that inspires me the most is how it holds so much meaning, being that it's a chronological piece of artwork which symbolizes a connection between the physical and spiritual world, which also relates to Afrofuturism because it is a genre of art that is chronological. So that's what I like about that.
And also the cyclical? Cycle kind of, it goes in between these worlds and existence, but it still has a central point that it kind of brings it back to. But personally, I've been enjoying Tomi Adeyemi's book, The Children of Blood and Bone. Pretty sure I'm saying that right. I apologize for my pronunciations. But her work and her series kind of delves in this idea of past and kind of rising above it in a way, despite everything that you've gone through, the challenges, the deflections, the trauma, you can still look forward to a better future. You can still use that as a power to innovate how I could do better, not do better, but create a better existence for you and also your community at large. But also, again, with this idea of past to the future, I think of Virginia Hamilton's, the people could fly. I'm so sorry, I'm so nervous.
You're doing an amazing job, Soleil.
But thank you. But this idea of flight and going to a different future, a different existence, despite everything that's happened from before. And also Octavia Butler's Kindred, again, revisiting the past and making kind of a peace and understanding of it so that it fuels innovative ways where we can stem from it. That makes sense. Yeah.
I know. Well done. I know Kindred is one of Sarah's favorites, and certainly Octavia Butler has been so present for all of us in this project. The idea of time travel, so to speak, ripping through the layers of time, is something we don't often think about in this museum, right, necessarily. Everything is sort of locked into its moment and its historical context, and it's interesting to rip a hole in that, so to speak, or put a window where a window ought to be, you know? Yeah.
I think also what's kind of different about this period room in particular is that it doesn't have like this linear way of thinking. It always cycles back. It doesn't have to just go straight forward. You can always go back to look at your present, but also in the context of your past, where you came from, but also where could you go in the future? And it leaves space and interaction for that.
Because I've actually been thinking about this. I have a question for you. Throughout the year, you know, we've been trying to find ways where flight can be interpreted throughout the period room. So as a co-creator and a collaborator, could you tell us more about how flight was central to Before Yesterday We Could Fly?
I think flight was part of the project from the get-go in a way, and I think through this session we've been talking about different definitions of what flight might be. Michelle offered so many beautiful versions of that, right? And so did Tourmaline. And I think there's literal manifestations in the room, whether it is through, you know, Tourmaline's beautiful photograph, Blue Azure, where the figure sort of floats in the sky in a wonderful realm of possibility. There's also that portrait of Andrew Crabtree Motley by Henry Taylor, the LA-based painter. And I know we talked about this a little bit when we were standing in front of it, but I think I told you then that when I first saw that painting, well before this room was even a little glimmer in our eyes, I thought Andrea was an astronaut, because she looks like she's, you know, about to embark on some pretty special kind of mission. And it turns out, though, that she is a deep sea diver, right? She's the first woman and the first Black woman to be a U.S. Army deep sea diver. And that was also, I think, special to us, the idea of those kinds of explorations, whether they're of the sky or of the depths of the sea. The realms of possibility that those spaces offer are fascinating. So those are maybe ways in which, in the room, flight is sort of literalized. There's also, of course, the story, or there's the idea of Seneca Village and many other communities like it as being a place of refuge, right? We see that in Tourmaline's work, and many people have written about how Seneca Village provided an escape, so to speak, from the confines, crowded, dangerous, unhealthy confines of lower Manhattan in the middle of the 19th century. But I think even more than anything, flight as a potential, as an opportunity, the possibility of reclaiming something, of flying backwards or forwards or changing direction, I think is also really important in the project. Just a few possibilities.
Leaving space and being able to claim into that space, like exploring something that you don't even know, but you still have the possibility to go into it, and being able to morph your own space and inviting others to come in. It doesn't have to be a singular thing. It has that communal aspect to it.
I also just thought of another kind of flight, which I always, I think, when I was young and looked at period rooms in this museum and others, the sort of leap of imagination that Sarah spoke about at the very beginning of the day, the kind of acrobatics you do to imagine what it might be like to live in a room like that, whether it's Marie Antoinette's bedroom or, you know, a Dutch colonialist farmhouse in upstate New York, or my favorite, which is right next door to the room, that bedroom from 18th century Venice, very opulent. And to imagine what it is like to be in that space at that time, the kind of mental time travel that those spaces offer, I think that was always an inspiration for this project too. And what if we used that, as Sarah described so well, we leaned into that idea of pushing that even farther. Yeah.
It's like being able to imagine yourself into that space, but with this one, you can kind of see a reflection. Like, you can see reflections of the possibilities that are physically there. Like, you don't have to manifest it yourself. There are examples, and you can lead by that example. Wow, so cool.
I'm so curious to know, and you spoke, both of you, so beautifully about what your ideas about Afrofuturism were kind of as you started this. But I wonder if this had made you rethink that, or if there's different things that you've learned along the way that have influenced or changed that perspective.
I'd say getting first into this program and being introduced to the topic, I assumed it just had to do with like a future, but just for Black people, which that's just, you know, it's like, I'm just like, yeah, using the words, trying to like sound it out, but you know, it's like throughout learning throughout the program, of course, I pick up on little pieces that I've, you know, realized that, oh, it's like a tree full of many different things that Afrofuturism can be or is, you know, which like I've learned that Afrofuturism is something, it's about possibility, you know, for freedom, for equality, for happiness. You know, it's about not necessarily about if, but when and where, which I find very interesting and I like a lot, you know. And I guess you could say it's also about like sharing experiences, you know, and the stories of the past, the present, the future, all like connected. It's like a melting pot, you know, of just stories and experiences that we all get to tell to each other. Yeah.
Also, validating. You kind of have like a validation of the artists that are able to provide art in this exhibit. It's something that's new, that's boundary pushing, and inviting others, new artists that probably haven't gotten that spotlight or that space to kind of forge that new possibility. They got it through this, especially like at the Met. That's a big deal. So having their creative imaginings and even your own imagination put into it, it's a validating experience. It might be overwhelming. I've heard that a lot when people first come to the room and they kind of soak it all in. There's always something new or something different that you've never seen before or ever thought to think of. And you're still validated in that space because of that space of speculation and the possibility of like imagination in it. So, you know.
That's beautiful. Thank you. I want to thank both of you for these wonderful remarks, and send big thanks to the rest of your cohort. It's been so fantastic to spend time with you, to have you here at the Met, and I know at Schomburg they feel the same way. And I'm so impressed by this cohort of talented folks. You've given us so much, and I hope we've given you a lot too.
Definitely.
Thank you. It was wonderful. We now have a moment for about a 10-minute break, and we'll be back here at 2:45 for the third and final session of our celebration of Before Yesterday We Could Fly, an Afrofuturist Period Room. Take some time, take a stretch, and we'll see you back here for our session on storytelling. And thank you both again. Wonderful, thank you.
So, of course, my pleasure.
Hi, welcome back, everyone. My name is Anna Matisse Donafer Hickey. I'm the Senior Research Associate in the Department of European Sculpture and Decorative Arts. And I've been fortunate enough to act as part of the curatorial team for the exhibition we're celebrating today. And I am beyond honored to introduce our participants for this third session of the day, storytelling. Every museum gallery tells a story, and I hope you've gotten the sense through the programming already today that Before Yesterday We Could Fly has endeavored to expand and disrupt modes of museum storytelling to tell multiple simultaneously. And the story of the occupants of the home that Hannah and our team have created will be imagined differently by every visitor. Our first speaker illustrated his story of the home's occupants in the graphic novella that composes half of the issue of the Met Bulletin that was published alongside Before Yesterday in winter of last year. It's titled Protocol and Response, and I encourage everyone, if you haven't had a chance to have a read, to seek it out and have a look. A professor, author, graphic novelist, curator, Harvard Fellow, New York Times bestseller, 2018 Eisner Award winner, and all-around champion of Black culture, John Jennings examines the visual culture of race in various media forms, including film, illustrated fiction, and comics and graphic novels. He is professor of media and cultural studies at the University of California at Riverside and the director of Abrams Comic Arts imprint Megascope. He's not able to join us in person, which is why I was able to list all of his accomplishments, but he'll be presenting virtually today. Following John is Alexander Manevitz, a scholar, public historian, educator, and consultant on the histories of freedom, race, and urban development in the United States, with a particular focus on New York City and Seneca Village. He is currently an assistant professor of history at Baruch College, City University of New York, and has previously held visiting faculty and postdoctoral positions at the New York Historical Society, the New School, and Trinity College since completing his PhD from New York University. His book manuscript, The Rise and Fall of Seneca Village, is under contract with Cornell University Press, and you can find his work in the Journal of Urban History and the Washington Post. For the final session, I will be very humbled to join Sarah Lawrence for a conversation with artist, ceramicist, social activist, spoken word poet, and educator Roberto Lugo. Roberto holds a BFA from the Kansas City Art Institute and an MFA from Penn State. He is the recipient of numerous awards, including the 2019 Pew Fellowship, Cynthia Hazen-Polsky and Leon Polsky Rome Prize, and a U.S. Artist Award. His work is found in the permanent collections of the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, Philadelphia Museum of Art, the High Museum of Art, the Museum of Fine Arts Boston, the Brooklyn Museum, the Walters Art Museum, and of course, the Metropolitan Museum of Art. He is currently an assistant professor at Tyler School of Art and Architecture in Philadelphia and village potter to one of the speculative Seneca Village communities conjured by this exhibition. But first, please join me in welcoming John Jennings, who is again joining virtually for his remarks on storytelling.
When I think about the idea of stories, one of the first things, actually, let me back up. As far as like the idea of art, let's start with art. One of my favorite comments about art is by Pablo Picasso, and he once said, art is the lie that tells the truth, I believe. Art is the lie that tells the truth. And so, you know, coming up Black in Mississippi, you know, middle class, 70s baby, you know, actually just coming out of that space, right? The word lie wasn't really used in my home a lot, you know, so you would get your mouth washed out with soap maybe if you call someone a liar, right? And a lot of times we would call that person a storyteller. Oh, you're telling a story, right? Or you telling a story, you know, that kind of thing, right? And so I love the conflation of lying and storytelling, right? Because if you look at like across the globe, we're talking about like trickster characters and characters that use storytelling to kind of like fight against particular types of oppressive spaces, like Anansi the Spider, or Loki, or Kapapua from Hawaii. They're all storytellers. They're all trying to create spaces of resistance or what have you. So the idea of the trickster as a storyteller is something that I'm really fascinated by. And to me, the period room, before yesterday we could fly, it's a beautiful trick, right? And it's coming out of this traumatic space, and utilizing the technologies of the museum as a way to do it. To me, it's a purely Afrofuturist representation too, because it traffics in the resistance that's afforded by the Black mundane. The idea of the Black mundane is something that is really progressive, I think, right? We have to go through the spectacular to get to the mundane, And what I mean by that is that we shouldn't have to actually always be superheroes. We shouldn't always have to be Black Panther. We shouldn't have to always be above and beyond. Our existence should be enough, right? But because of the instances that happened around Seneca Village, we are forced to actually rethink that space and actually create an entire universe where that tragedy didn't happen, right? And so, these are stories, right? And stories, like I said, is the first technology to me. It's like stories are ways for us to make sense of the world. The idea of storytelling as a type of technology is something that fascinates me. And I always think about mythology and folk tales and folklore as ways to, again, make sense of the world, but also the idea of the story and how it controls how we move through that world, right? And so they're extensions of ourselves. So the idea of the museum as a liminal space, I think, is something that's always fascinated me. It's not a static space. It's energetic. It's always changing, and it becomes this really wonderful tabula rasa that is supposed to be there for us to see various types of cultural exchanges. Now, mind you, a lot of times that doesn't come through because of different institutional controlling mechanisms, but something as special as Before Yesterday We Could Fly is just so revolutionary. And I was so proud to be a part of it because of reimagining an alternative space where this period room should have existed, but because of circumstances doesn't. Also taking into account these different ideas of flight, of various modes of resistance, and the fact that it's filled with artifacts that are not static either. I mean, they're meticulously collected and put into this space, and there's a sense of ease that you have in that space too, right? Where it definitely dials into the idea of the fantastic, but also just the fact that it's just there. There's these things that are just there, collected by someone who should have existed but doesn't, which is such a wonderful idea to me. Each artifact has its own story. Each artifact comes from a system of stories, because a lot of times, because of the capitalist society that we live in, a lot of times the process by which these things are created is eliminated, right? And we just consume the thing instead of thinking about the systems, right? And I think storytelling starts to unerase those, those systems, so you can actually see them more clearly, And that's one of the things I really love about what I've seen with the space. And I think also it's dialing into a lot of issues around what I call Sankofaration, right? Which is a portmanteau I came up with that's a combination of the Akan term Sankofa, which means go back and get it, but also narration, which I think is a commonality, a type of reclamation, in that space, reclaiming a space and representing it. And I guess my whole thing is like, well, how can this beautiful lie actually push the agenda forward so this never happens again? That's the thing. It's an index of a particular type of trauma that is resonant in what we do next, right? And so we have to figure out, well, now that we understand this, now that we see that this shape of an absence has occurred, how do we actually move forward? And I'm glad that's going to be there for a while, so people can actually come to that space and actually create their own stories made from the kind of collection of stories that has been put forth by the Met in that space, and with Hannah Beachler and the entire curatorial team. the fact that this is an Afrocentric space, you know, makes it a very Afrofuturist space. I love the fact that there's an equity in gender representation as far as like who are making those spaces, who actually was controlling that space. I think that's a very Afrofuturist idea, where like Black womanhood is actually put to the forefront. There's also this notion of like remix and metaphor that actually a really big part of it as well, that I think is extremely effective in the space. And the other thing that we have to remember too is that, you know, Afrofuturism isn't just a genre. It's not just Black science fiction. It's an epistemology. It's a way of thinking. So someone can be an Afrofuturist curator because we're looking through a particular lens, you know, that's actually apparent in the manifestation of the period room. The other thing I really like about this too is that I got a chance to, you know, talk to these wonderful scholars around the building of the space and really kind of dial into the fact that the spiritual and the speculative and you know, are actually types of technologies. You know, when we think about like science fiction and speculative fiction, a lot of times we're using these westernized notions of what we think technology is, right? But we also have these spiritual technologies, the idea of the ancestral spirits that are there, the idea of the people that were there that actually are still there. You know, this is a marking of them as well, right? And so these are, I think, extremely powerful magics, if you will, that are being like pulled up because of conjuring this space, you know. And if you think about it, the spatial narratives that are in Afrofuturism are just as important as any other thing, right? Because if you look at like, say, a fiction written that's like before science fiction, like in the 1800s, 1900s, by Black people, one of the first things that our ancestors wrote about was reclaiming a particular space or creating a new space, right? Understanding the tie between what it means to be at home and not to be nomadic, to actually be tied to the land, like, or tied to specific space is actually extremely important. So just situating this room, it makes you imagine the rest of the house. It makes you imagine what's outside of that house. It makes you imagine what's that neighborhood like. It makes you imagine what is that futuristic city like. You know, it's an index of an entire system of domiciles, right? And so it starts to let you play around with that in a very, very powerful way. So these are some of the thoughts when I think about storytelling, you know, collecting stories. And again, I always think that we're made out of stories. We're made out of stories, and that's why it's important for us to control our stories and actually have agency about who gets to edit them, you know. A lot of times I feel that, you know, we're just, you know, creating our new story as we go along, you know, and by the end of our lives, we have the perfectly edited story that, you know, that actually represents us, right? And I think it's funny, like, you know, from our incept date, so to speak, our birthday, to, you know, to the time we're shut down, we're trying to figure out what goes in that hyphen, you know what I'm saying? That little hyphen between, you know, the day we're born and the day we die. It's a story, right? So it's just one beautiful story. And hopefully, you know, just like this wonderful period room has done, it's touched, you know, enough people that we actually are remembered, you know. One of my things that I always kind of live by is like, you know, leave the world better, try to leave the world a better space. And I think that Hannah, in her infinite wisdom, has created a very nuanced, freeing, provocative space. And I'm just really elated that the Met and the creative team and curatorial team had the foresight to actually come up with something so wonderful. And I think, I don't know, I think it's going to change the way people see Afrofuturism. I think it's going to change the way that people see that space. And I think that it's going to elevate the conversation in ways that we haven't even really thought about yet.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining me. Today has been amazing. Thank you to the whole research and curatorial team for inviting me into this conversation at various stages. Thank you to Alexis, Suhaili, and Mariana for sort of making sure the wheels haven't fallen off the day. And thank you for everyone who's presented so far. It has really been an honor to be able to reflect in your brilliance all afternoon and morning. My name is Alex Manevitz. I am a historian, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about the work I do trying to tell the stories of Seneca villagers. The fact that you're all here, oh, actually, I forgot one important thank you, and I'm going to backtrack, and I'm sorry. But I also want to thank my parents for dragging me to this museum like once a month when I was a kid against my objections, because I think something really stuck. So I didn't want to miss that one. Okay, but let's try again. The fact that you're here suggests that you're at least a little familiar with Seneca Village, and no matter what you walked in the door knowing, I'm betting, like me, you've learned a lot over the course of today. But this, in many ways, is one of the most robust portraits we have of the community on a topographical map from 1856. If you know only one thing about Seneca Village, it's probably that it was destroyed to build Central Park. Stolen land on, in many ways, stolen land. But instead of focusing on its destruction and the creation of Central Park, I'd rather focus on the lives and the ways in which I use my research to recenter the residents in their own stories on their own terms, using archival fragments to better understand Black community building and the redefinition of American freedom in a time of social, economic, and political upheaval throughout the nation. I divided my presentation into two main sections, which I've called Fragments and Stories. Fragments deals with the research challenges and approaches of learning about Seneca Village, and Stories highlights the lives of a few specific residents. Taken together, they will help us access their experiences in the past, grapple with their significance in the present, and I hope provide inspiration for our future. As Afrofuturism and the Period Room teach us, there is tremendous potential in the temporal fluidity, being able to play and think in all three timelines at once, and so much of the work and reflections here today have demonstrated how powerful that can be. But let's begin by going back and answering a perhaps deceptively simple question: what is Seneca Village? As you may or may not know, in 1825, a group of free African-American New Yorkers came together to establish the community, a political experiment in Upper Manhattan. The neighborhood eventually grew to include about 300 residents of African, German, and Irish descent, with a German and Irish resident showing up in the 40s and 50s towards the end of the community's life. Living in 1- or 2-story wood-framed homes with 3 churches, 2 cemeteries, and a school before the city destroyed them and displaced the residents to build Central Park. But before Seneca Village, the founders were active members in important Black social organizations like the AME Zion Church. You can see the founders off to my right there, as well as the African Society for Mutual Relief, one of the first Black mutual relief societies in the United States. They were living in a time when slavery was still legal in New York and certainly in the rest of the nation, but these groups promoted a form of Black freedom that meant more than emancipation from bondage. At their heart were ideas of economic opportunity, stability, self-determination, education, and participation in public life, all for the sake of personal improvement as well as racial advancement, which they saw as mutually constitutive. They could work well together. When Andrew, actually this is just another image I like. This is from the map made in the construction of Central Park and figuring out whose land they were gonna have to buy or seize. Here's the AME Zion Church, and in this recently sort of recovered map here is a greenhouse, and I just love this sort of imagery of a church having a greenhouse. And there are actually a lot of agricultural spaces in Seneca Village where people grow food for themselves and for the market, integrating them into a really important part of the New York City economy, but also the ways in which people can quite literally put down roots to nourish themselves and their families and their neighbors. So members of this church, members of the African Society, first purchased land in Upper Manhattan from John and Elizabeth Whitehead. There, they were trying to put the most innovative version of these ideas of racial and personal advancement into daily practice. The Whiteheads were white real estate prospectors who had only recently acquired a large tract of land that they quickly split up and sold in individual lots. But what the Whiteheads saw as an opportunity for quick profit, Seneca villagers turned into an experiment, an opportunity, and a community built to last. Because we are in their future, again, playing with timelines here, we're in their future, we know at least how this particular chapter of their story ends. It's often tempting for us to write them off as a failure. But from their perspective, in their time, Seneca Village was an experiment that succeeded, at least in large part. Black Seneca villagers had higher rates of voting, literacy, and land ownership, as well as income than their counterparts in other Black neighborhoods in New York City. They managed their own religious institutions, cultivated gardens, created a community. Voting rights and home ownership were restricted to propertied residents, but not all the benefits relied on wealth. The community offered owners and boarders alike respite from the health hazards, racial violence, and slave catchers that permeated lower Manhattan, as well as an opportunity to participate in new modes of urban and racial activism. The dynamic, political, powerful vision of Seneca Village is what we get by centering their perspectives and experiences, looking at the community from within. But how can we access those perspectives when the inequities of the past shape the very records and collection that we need to learn more? Furthermore, how can a fantastical vision of Seneca Village presented in the Afrofuturist Period Room help us access new approaches and questions, right? Afrofuturism as an epistemology, as John Jennings just mentioned. Well, thanks to an archaeological dig in 2011, literal fragments of the community exist. We've seen them pictured here by many before. But almost everything we know about the people comes from seemingly lifeless government sources: census lists, tax records, property transfers, many of which were created in large part to make the community knowable and therefore removable. Among the scattered, or what we say shattered sources, very few are in the voices of people inside the community, and those that do represent their perspective are heavily mediated. Oddly enough, very few of the records I use are secret or hard to access if you know what you're looking for. There's, what's it called? Family Search is like a free version of Ancestry.com. You can find the census lists there, Seneca Village has in many ways been hiding in plain sight all along. It's just that we needed to relearn how to look. Think about yourselves, and I'll think about myself for a moment. Do you feel like just your name and your birthday could adequately explain your family history? Can your job title and the Zillow listing for your apartment adequately capture the depth of your political life? No, of course not. Just having the fragments of Seneca Village is not enough. We must learn how to piece them together and find full and complex human beings in those sources. This is where we can learn a valuable lesson from the period room, which draws together objects and arranges them in a simulacrum, an imitation of a place, a life, a time. One of my favorite things about this room specifically, is that it knows it's a period room, and it's not shy about it. The way it plays with time and alternate history renders its own storytelling structures visible. Historians, especially those of us who study and learn from marginalized communities in the past, share much with this process when we assemble fragments of people's lives and imagine the connections between those pieces. Informed by context and research, but imagined nonetheless, we strive to tell stories about the past in ways that help us today grapple with the pressing issues of our present and may perhaps offer meaningful alternatives for a more just future. With that dilemma and with that approach in mind, I think we should turn our attention to the lives of a few specific Seneca villagers so we can better understand how we use scarce archival material to recover the daily lives of residents, examining how their stories illuminate big picture questions about the meaning of freedom and how Seneca villagers put their commitments into practice. One resident, Sarah Wilson, whose house is there in a red square, provides us an important and perhaps unexpected window. Born in the slave state of Virginia 20 years after the American Revolution, Wilson was buried in a mass grave at St. Michael's Cemetery in Queens, New York, only 5 years before Confederate cannons opened fire on Fort Sumter at the start of the Civil War. She lived through some of the greatest transformations in early American history. She owned her own land and her home in Seneca Village, indirectly inherited from her deceased husband. Central Park damage maps, like I showed you earlier, show her two-story wood frame house and specify, right, not the sort of shanty that opponents would call these homes, but two-story, well-built homes, as well as a shed just south of 85th Street, so sort of directly across from us. In a time when women had few legal rights to property ownership and suffrage for African-American men only required land, this was a significant achievement. As a woman, no amount of land would have qualified her to vote, but she used that land to wield power and influence in other ways as she helped Seneca Village grow. Sarah Wilson was also a leader in All Angels Church, an Episcopal mission church, which was rare for being both multiracial and a place of significant Black lay leadership at the time. Her son, William G. Wilson, also lived in Seneca Village and worked for All Angels as a sexton. This archaeological dig, again, in part courtesy of Cynthia Copeland, who spoke earlier today, shows us the stone foundation of his home on the grounds. Later in her life, Sarah Wilson also adopted Catherine Treadwell. Again, this is a census record. I know it may be hard to read, but it says Sarah Wilson up top, off to the left, and then Catherine Treadwell below, and then under relationship, it says adopted daughter. Adopted is abbreviated. The young daughter, Catherine Treadwell, was the daughter of a founding Seneca villager and a trustee in a different church. Perhaps that shows us the deep connections of the community and the ways in which they supported each other. Perhaps that shows us the importance of performing and exhibiting a respectability of not letting a prominent family have a sort of a cast-off daughter. Perhaps both, perhaps neither. There are still gaps in our fragments, even as we seek to imagine their connections. As I said, she's a woman who defied expectations, perhaps, of what we think of 19th century African-American women. Though maybe that says more about what we expect of them than their real lives. But anyway, she's a perfect, but her distinctness is a perfect example of what makes Seneca Village so powerful. The daily work of building it as she invested in her time and her resources in her church, family, and community. I'd also like to introduce you to William Matthew and Ann Matthew, who both came to New York from Delaware and married here. Their home in red now, at the bottom of the map. This would be down is east for all of you. Eventually, William bought his own land in Seneca Village and built a home, which the family shared with boarders, the Snowdens from Maryland, Darius and Matilda, as well as their children, Georgina and Charlotte. So two separate families under one home, both of them born in slave states and moved to New York and then eventually Seneca Village. William Matthew was also a trustee in Seneca Village's second all-Black church, the African Union. And when the city finally decided to build Central Park and where exactly to put it, because that was also a matter of some debate, they began the long, litigious eminent domain process of seizing hundreds of acres of land from all sorts of New Yorkers, including Seneca Village. In their attempts to preserve their community, or at least earn a fairer payout from the city, many land-owning Seneca villagers filed court depositions. It was a heavily mediated process, going through the whole legal system, kind of having to speak as best you could in legalese. But among the 7 bound volumes of delicate blue court paper are the closest things we have to descriptions of the community from Seneca villagers, from their own perspectives, and even their own signatures. Matthew was one such deponent, actually twice, once on his own behalf and once with Thomas Scudder and Alan Cook as trustees of the African Union Church. Matthew contested the city's assessment of his house at $1,235 because he argued it ignored that he and his family had, quote, made improvements to his house and lot with a view to a permanent house. He also said he would not have accepted less than $2,500 if the same lot was for sale, demonstrating a keen understanding of the market. Anything less would be, as he puts it, a great injustice. Spoiler alert, it's a great injustice. His deposition provides some insight into the construction of his home, but more importantly perhaps for us today, into the intention to build a permanent home for themselves physically and socially. Ultimately, William Matthews requested $2,000, but the city only raised his payment to $1,500. In the face of eviction in a citywide propaganda campaign that painted their settlements as diseased shantytowns comprised of criminal vagrants, Seneca villagers repeatedly emphasized themes of permanence, community, personal connection to space, and even principles of justice, all of which they saw as totally compatible, but not necessarily the same, as the language of market rates and real estate investment that was shared in many of the other depositions from other landowners. Some were able to earn higher sums from the city, but all the residents of the area becoming Central Park were evicted by 1857, and they scattered. Many former Seneca villagers moved to nearby Yorkville, just across the street from us here today, which also had a significant population of Black New Yorkers. Some residents were able to reestablish an uptown branch of the African Union Church, including Matthew and the other trustees who sold the church that land for a single dollar, effectively making it a donation. Others moved farther east to Queens and Brooklyn, to New Jersey. Many, we still don't know where they went. But at the same time, remember I told you about landowners, now I'm gonna tell you about renters. The boarders didn't get anything. If they didn't own land, the city didn't see them as having lost anything. The city only saw the value in the property, not the community. So people like the Snowdens left Seneca Village with next to nothing and struggled to find their footing. Whereas the Matthew family moves to Yorkville, the next time the Snowdens appear in historical records, Matilda, Georgina, and Charlotte are back in Maryland, living with an AME Zion church minister. Darius is presumably dead and missing from those sources. They simply didn't have the resources to stay and rebuild, and they represent the many non-landowning families that still benefited from their time in Seneca Village and contributed important efforts and spirit to it, even if they experienced both its life and its death very differently from the property owners. Since its rediscovery, a term I use cautiously, about 30 years ago in The Park and the People by Roy Rosenzweig and Elizabeth Blackmar, interest in Seneca Village has grown. And at first it grew very slowly. This is the main plaque, the original plaque commemorating the site of Seneca Village in Central Park today, though, as we learned earlier, the Conservancy has added much more detailed signage throughout the park 3 years ago, which I highly recommend. But if Rosenzweig and Blackmar sparked a renewed interest, it's been public historians and early apostles like Cynthia Copeland who kept the flame alive and empowered us today. Current iterations of researchers, public humanists, artists, writers, journalists, performers, and more to capture the public imagination in a variety of media. Here we see, of course, our very own period room, as well as a play called The People Before the Park, and then, I think one of my favorites, a Lizzo tweet from when she was performing in Central Park. It's captured our imagination, I think, because it feels familiar. Why? Whether it because it reminds you of gentrification in your neighborhood, or how you see the city changing around you, or because COVID forced you to re-examine the use of public parks and the equity of those spaces, or maybe the destruction of Black lives and communities on the altar of some version of progress that doesn't serve them, fits into a series of other American injustices highlighted most recently by the Black Lives Matter movement, but by many social movements before it as well. But there may be a less pessimistic reason. It feels familiar because it became commonplace. But engaging with Seneca Village on its own terms reminds us that the commonplace does not have to be the default. Seneca Village historicizes deeply inequitable urban and racial structures that have their roots in the 19th century while simultaneously providing an alternative. If we built this world once, we can rebuild it. And to me, that is probably the most significant thing about this installation and Afrofuturism and Seneca Village, which we're here to commemorate today. It helps us imagine a better world, and the stories of Seneca villagers in their own time remind us that we aren't alone in trying to make it real. Thank you very much.
Hey, everybody. I just want to say thank you so much for everybody for showing up today. It is so hard to just show up sometimes, especially on a nice Saturday afternoon. And it just means so much to myself and the other artists and the curators that y'all showed up to hear what we have to say. So thank you.
So I'm still Sarah Lawrence. You've met me before. I'm here with my colleague, Manevitz who's a senior research associate and worked on this project from the very start and is very much a part of the curatorial team. But what's unusual here is that Roberto Lugo is also a part of that curatorial team. It is not often in an exhibition where the artists, the designers, and the curators were deeply collaborative from the very start. So we were introduced to Roberto by a colleague in the American Wing, Adrienne Spinozzi. I hope you've seen her amazing exhibition that's up now, Hear Me Now, about the history of ceramics and earthenware. And she brought Roberto's work to our attention, and we immediately saw a fit in the kind of questions he was asking, the extraordinary artistic work he was doing in his creative practice, his insistence on finding his place in the history of ceramics, where he hadn't initially seen himself, and he has situated himself and a whole future for ceramics that is permanently transformed by his work. So part of the fun of meeting Roberto at the very start, he was invited to one of the earliest convenings, and he introduced himself, and he said, I am the Seneca village potter. I am your village potter. So I want to start this conversation, Roberto, by first of all thanking you for stepping into that role, but I'd love you to speak to what you meant by that. Why is that how you fashion yourself? It's continued to be part of your presentation in your work, in your most recent exhibition as well. What does that mean for you, and how does that inform the work that you do?
Well, I think art making as a whole for me has always been about me trying to find my place, and I think there's an immense amount. For those of you who don't know, I'm from a very impoverished neighborhood in Philadelphia called Kensington. So I grew up in what I call the ghetto, and people around me, we were proud of where we're from, and we use that as a way to communicate ideas of innovation. And you know, for me, ghetto means resourceful. Ghetto means a lot of things, but is home for me. And so thinking about being a part of this community, I thought about all the people that came before me that created the opportunities for me to even be able to be a potter, for me to be able to be in this exhibition and to be able to engage. So for me, I didn't just see it as myself, I saw it as a representation of all the people that raised me. So the idea of it takes a village to make a potter, it takes a village to create an artist. And so whenever I take on an opportunity, I'm not just representing myself, but I'm representing the entire community that I come from.
And just in case you don't recognize his work behind us on the screen, Diggable Underground, this is a centerpiece of the period room, centered in the hearth that's in the kitchen, that is dated 2021. And we are looking at one side, which features his portrait of Harriet Tubman. And then, as I hope you've turned to the living room side and seen that it's juxtaposed to a portrait of Erykah Badu.
And I think one thing, too, that really drew the whole team to your work were the stories that are represented on your pieces, stories that are not often represented in that particular media. And one thing that I've been thinking about recently is the way that, or even if the stories that you tell with your work have evolved over the course of your career.
Yeah, I think so, because I think that when you're starting as an artist, especially, I didn't want people to know where I was from, and so when I started going to school for art, it really just happened when I was in my middle 20s. I decided to go to school for art because I just wanted to meet people my age, and I didn't want to have to write a paper because I'd never written a paper up to that point. My first day of high school, the teacher handed us a textbook and just said, write word for word what's in here, so if anybody looks in this room, it looks like you're doing something. So that's the education that I come from. So coming from that system, I felt really insecure about, sharing that story. But then after a while, no matter what I did, that story would come out either in the criticisms that people would give me, or in just organically, it was like that's the only story I could tell. And after a while of making art and engaging with other people, and there's these moments when you allow yourself to be vulnerable, other people are too, and they share their stories and they share their connections, and then those stories became part of my history. And so through this process, I felt like it was so important to be able to not just share my story, but the stories of all the people that have supported me throughout the years.
And why Harriet Tubman and Erykah Badu? How do you choose that pairing for this piece?
Well, there's a lot of things that are really interesting about this. I don't know. I guess I believe in fate a lot, because I created this image, and on the other side of it was Erykah Badu. And one day I was scrolling through Instagram, the day that I found out that they were going to use this image, and Erykah Badu was wearing a dress of Harriet Tubman. And then I get a text message, and it's Erykah Badu. And ever since then, I've been able to have a relationship with her where we work together. And it's been really incredible to be able to foster that. But for me, when I think about the diaspora, when I think about just culture and American history, I think the greatest figure to me is Harriet Tubman, and I think it's where it starts because of her tenacity, because of her relentlessness, because of the fact that she was a person who had, she just didn't have fear in her. And that's the person that I constantly am trying to be engaged with. And for me, one of the things that I'm really trying to do with my work is I'm trying to not just represent, but connect with the community that I come from. And I'm trying to think about iconic figures, imagery that connect with that community. And so, even though I grew up in this situation, this education system that I think a lot of people probably in this room could connect with, we knew who Harriet Tubman was. And you can recognize who Erykah Badu is. So even if you don't recognize that this form is Sèvres porcelain, form made for French royalty, you do understand one part of it, and you understand the graffiti on it. And so at some point, people who might not have been the educator, who might not have been the scholar, now become the person that's explaining the artwork to people who understand that that's porcelain. There's this reciprocity, and there's this respect of knowledge that I think is really important. People from the ghetto are really knowledgeable. They're intelligent people. Just because you don't go to college or secondary institution doesn't mean that you don't have anything to offer. And so I really like to shine that in my work and create opportunities for those people to become the teachers.
And I think your kind of focus and emphasis on connection with community is very effective and very powerful. And I think about material a lot. So I wonder the ways in which the material of clay itself, the kind of action of creating vessels, how that figures into your to this facilitation of connection.
This exhibition and the opportunity to be a part of it was probably the greatest opportunity for me to investigate that a bit, because my mom grew up in Puerto Rico. When it would rain, she grew up on a livestock farm, and when it would rain, she said that her and her siblings would go outside and play with the dirt and play with the clay and create sculptures out of it. And I didn't get to touch clay in this way. I never had an art class until I went to college for it. And so when I first started touching clay, it felt really natural. It felt like inherent in me, but I didn't really understand that relationship. I didn't understand why I love this material so much. And, through this process, I've realized that in every single community, there are artists, there are poets, there are scholars, there are people who are just so incredible in different ways, but they never get to see and never get to have the opportunity to do those things. And for some reason or another, I was lucky enough to be able to become a potter, but at the same time, it was so much more likely that I would wind up in prison or dead, And so this reminded me, Seneca Village reminded me of how many opportunities have been removed from people, how many stories don't get told. And so through this room and the diverse grouping of artists, we see how the effects of the diaspora have affected so many people, but also the creativity that's come from that. And you know, the combination of those things, I think, is what makes it so powerful. Thank you.
As you know, you have more works of art in that room than any other artist. We made the decision, once we realized we wanted to set the table in the kitchen, that we needed to figure out what sort of place settings to have. And you'll see there's a kind of pattern here to how we've interacted with Roberto. The first thing we did was to speak to him and say, what can we do with this? We've seen some of your mugs, and we know that you are working on a broad variety of different types of work. How could you see your work also contributing to the furnishing of the kitchen? And why don't you talk a little bit about how you took that on?
Well, I thought a little bit about, you know, the folks who lived in this place and how, you know, how Seneca Village was a community of, you know, middle-class folks who were really worldly and had, you know, Chinese dishes and had tapestries and were really, you know, a cultured community. And I really thought about what kind of dishes would they most likely buy, and those things would look eclectic. And I really wanted to have a lot of different cultures represented within each individual piece to sort of signify. I think a lot of times, like, we don't get literal visual representations of the beauty of diversity and how those things actually look like together. Because a lot of times it's theoretical, right? You know, we think about, oh, isn't this beautiful? But at the same time, we don't like literally get something to show us. And so on this particular piece, we have China, we have Africa. You know, specifically, I'm looking at Nigerian textiles. We have American hip hop. We have abolitionists. We have European French specifically. And we have Puerto Rican imagery and culture referenced in this work as well. And so all those particular things together, I think, you know, make up something really valuable. And one way that I try to explain this to people a lot of times is, how many of y'all have ever gotten a fruit salad that had way too much cantaloupe in it? Right? There's a lot of cantaloupe-ass fruit salads in this world. And we fight over the one kiwi that's in there. We fight over the one orange that's in there, right? And the truth is like, you know, it just reminds me of how often we wind up in these spaces that have so much of something that, you know, we become sort of the trope within that context. And so for me, I really wanted to include things that represent my culture, my community, but at the same time, I wanted to do that by embracing all these different things that I think are symbolic and self-referential.
Makes me think of John's comments about storytelling being like remix and metaphor. Does that resonate with you? When I heard him say that, I thought immediately of your work.
Remix and metaphor. I think that's true, and I think for me, my work is rooted and grounded in hip-hop, and if you ever look at a hip-hop album, you'll rarely ever see just the name of the one person. You'll always see Lauryn Hill featuring so-and-so, or Nas featuring Lauryn Hill, or, you know, it's always a combination, it's a collaborative, and so that's why this project made so much sense to me, because it was like I just had to focus on my one thing, but I knew that it was going to be richer because it was sitting next to the work of, you know, these artists that I really admire, in a place that I'd never imagined in my life. There was a joke that I used to tell when I first took my pottery class, and people would be like, "That's a really nice bowl, Rob." I was like, "Yeah, check out my work at the Met." That's what I used to say back in the day, and so now it's true. It's pretty dope.
I love that. And how many of us can say that? So as I said, there's a kind of pattern here. So we didn't know what to do to set the table in the dining room, in the kitchen, what to put on the shelves, and Roberto jumped in and helped us out. We also struggled with our signature image, right? That's the banner on the front of the museum. It's the signage that shows you the Afrofuturist Period Room is to your right or to your left. And it was interesting, I have to say. One of the most interesting parts of the whole process was working with our colleagues and having them struggle with what would be the right image. This is something that's usually generated in-house. It was quite unusual for us to kind of throw up our hands and think, okay, we need help with this. So of course, who did we turn to but Roberto? So I thought of him not just because he is our problem solver as well as our Seneca Village potter, but because he had an exhibition that had recently opened for which he had done his own graphics. And I loved the poster. I thought it was so fantastic, and I thought, okay, he can do this. I know we think of him as a potter, but he also is a graphic artist. And he may not be willing to give us the answer, but he'll have some suggestions on how to go about it. When we turned to you for this last and significant bit of the exhibition, what was your feeling about that? And how did you come up with, you came up with several solutions, if I recall, and we landed on one.
Yeah, I mean, my first thought was, did they know that I'm a potter, you know? And then I thought to myself, man, I need help. I need help, and I this is a true story. I got this call, and I was like, I can't, first of all, I can't believe that I'm in a show at the Met, and then they're asking me to make this image. And so I actually hired, I had a group of people, and I commissioned them all to create all these different designs. And I came to a meeting with them, and I showed them these different designs. And you know how you can just tell people are being real nice, but, you know, they just like, I don't know about that, you know? So I asked them, I was like, you know, what? And they were like, well, we just want something that's more you. And that idea eluded me because I think when you grow up the way that I did, you don't think that you have any value. You don't think that you have any worth. And I sat and I did a drawing on my iPad. Took me about 3 hours. And I sent it to them, and they said, this is it. Yeah. Thank you. But I want that to be not just my story. I want that to be a reminder to y'all that everybody inherently, not only do you have a value, but you have something really distinct and that no one else has in this world. And you know, it's your time to be able to, you know, show that off. And exhibit that and be proud of it and not question when other people are telling you you're good at something, believe them, you know, because, you know, we have so many people giving us doubt in this world and making us feel like we don't have what it takes. We know that, we see that exhaustively. And so when you actually get that affirmation, it's really difficult to believe in it. And so, you know, that's the thing that I'm really thankful for out of all this was, it was like, I got to meet Hannah Beachler, and, you know, she was really interested in what I had to do. She said, you were meant for this, right? And then I had the team, these curators at the Met saying, we want your work. We want a lot of your work. We want your ideas. What you have to say is really important. And then on top of that, we want your image to be in the front. And the craziest thing was, my family, I brought my whole family up here, and I was walking into the Met, and my mom saw this big banner in the front, and she said, I had no idea that your image was going to be in the front of this place. And so that was just like, you know how your parents are proud of you? That was like the moment that I've been most proud of myself. So thank you for that.
Oh my God, thank you.
Just so y'all know, my wife and I have a running bit where she calculates. We put money on at what point in my talk I'm gonna cry. So if anybody has the time on exactly when I started crying, let us know, because I think I owe her $20.
I'm gonna share with you an anecdote about Roberto's presence at the Met, because one of the things I think we all really feel is that that we've learned so much from you, working with you. It's not just your extraordinary artistic achievement, graphic design, but who you are as a person, and your courage and your insistence on doing things on your own terms. And this is a small anecdote, but one of my favorites. So we wanted to include some of Roberto's pieces at a very, very vaguely affordable price point to put them on sale in the shop. And we worked out a system with Roberto so that the money that was generated would be going toward, at least in large part, to a fund of his choice. So we put them in a nice, pristine, white vitrine to put them all for sale. And I get this call like, he's spray painting the vitrine. He'd gone down and seen this beautiful white surface with the display of his ceramics, and he was like, this is not me. And you made it your own, right? You just intervened and did your own graffiti on the facade, and it looked fantastic, and it looked like you, and it integrated you and your personality and yourself into the Met. And it was one of those sort of moments of discomfort that the Met grew into. And they couldn't have been more thrilled, right? They wouldn't have thought of that. But it was an example of you entering into the Met. I mean, you talk about your gratitude for being here. I mean, you did it on your own terms, and we've all learned from it. So thank you for that.
But in true New York fashion, I was doing this graffiti on this vitrine, and some guy behind me was like, nah, bro, you got to work on your graffiti. So thank you, New York.
So we have just a few more minutes, and I want to ask Roberto the one question I sort of really would like to ask so many people in this room, as well as the participants, which is, can you imagine if one of the original residents of Seneca Village was in the audience today, came to see your work, listened to your remarks? What do you think they would think of it? What do you think their reaction would be? Because that's our audience as well, is that imagined population who lost their home and lost their place in the city.
Yeah, I mean, that's as much as this room is really incredible, that's the difficult part, right, is that we have to imagine. And I think that's one of the maybe biggest hidden messages in this exhibition is how today, the exhibition is timeless, right? But how today we're still significantly affected by the fact that there's an African diaspora and people were stolen from a continent and brought here. And people like me are still trying to figure out how to be able to create generational wealth, how to own a home, how to have just things so that my kids can just go to school and not, have to live the life that I lived and that many of the other people lived, and to be able to choose things like going to school to be an artist. And so when I think about, the folks in Seneca Village, I would imagine that they would be just one step ahead, in terms of where they needed to be able to create that experience. And so, I would imagine that they would have an immense sense of pride and connection, to what it is that I'm doing. But I still think that they would be a little bit New York and kind of like tell me that my pottery needs some work. I think that. But, in all sincerity, though, I think the greatest gift for me in this exhibition was being able to meet the other artists that are involved in there. I mean, we have people, this is not just American artists, there's people from different continents that have come. There's this story that we have is a universal truth. It's a story of people of color from around the world, and not just our struggles, but how we overcome those things, and how our stories are creative, and how through that process, we can do anything, like fly, right? So I think that's why, for me, this exhibition, I hope is just the start of a lot of things to come. I hope that not just the viewers that have come through it, but the folks that work at the Met can see the effects of this onto the community and see that, like, for people like me, there's something in the museum that represents our story, right? And that's something that I don't think many people realize. Like, I didn't go to the Philadelphia Museum. The second time I went to the Philadelphia Museum was when I had a work of art in it. And I used to be a security guard across the street from it. And I would walk over and I would sit on the steps and watch people go up and down. But because it cost $20 or whatever it was, I never went to it. But if I knew there was a story of somebody like me in that museum, I would feel like I have a purpose and a connection to that. And so for me, I really hope that there's a start of including a lot more voices so that we can really have this exchange and that a museum can be for the whole community.
We haven't asked you that you really wanted to have a chance to say.
I just want to, again, just repeat how grateful I am because for those of you who are artists in this room, you know, we all know how hard it is just to get people to care about what it is that we do. And it was about maybe, now that, you know, we share that stories are good storytelling. About 8 years ago, I did a craft fair, and I had all of my pottery out. My cups were $10, and my teapots were $25, and I couldn't sell anything. And after 4 days, I sold $60 worth of pottery, and my wife lost that $60, and I was in a gas station trying to trade people pottery for money so I can get gas to go home. And, you know, a few months later, somebody saw my work and saw the value in it and decided that they wanted to show it here in New York City, and they thought that my work was way underpriced. And getting it in front of the right people meant that those same teapots that nobody wanted for $25 were now $2,000. And I couldn't make enough of them, right? And so the truth is that if you don't have people around you that see the inherent value in what it is that you have to offer, you're around the wrong people. So I just want to, I just like there's often a lot of criticism of museums, and I think that it's necessary to evaluate and look at those things. I definitely think, but I also think whenever there's a moment where y'all put in this much work, like I don't think people realize how much work went into this. We had conference after conference on the phone, people from all over the world saying, this is this story that you got to tell. You got to think about this artist. This is something that you've overlooked, and to be able to put this together, I think was really exceptional, and I'm just so honored to be a part of it.
Thank you so much for being here today. It's been a privilege. So we're going to have a short break until our grand finale. Don't go far. You don't want to miss the very last celebration.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you. What a full, fantastic, powerful Afrofuturistic day we've shared. My name is Suhaili Bautista Carolina, and I'm the Senior Managing Educator of Audience Development and Engagement here at the Met. I'm thrilled, thank you for that one person who I probably know. I'm thrilled to introduce our closing performance today, Moor Mother, who will bring us home for today's creative convening on Afrofuturism. Before I introduce Moor Mother, I'd like to acknowledge the team that made today's programming and production magic possible. Denia, Alexis, Lennox, Lydia, Rick, James, Alvin, Heidi, and Mariana. Thank you to the curatorial team of Before Yesterday We Could Fly, who have been so generous and inviting, and who have made space for possibility. And last but not least, I'd like to thank you, our audience, for spending your time and energy with us today. We invite you to stay, visit the Period Room, which is in Gallery 508, or come back and check out the incredible exhibitions on view or experience a public program. On to Moor Mother. Kame Ayewa, Moor Mother, is a national and international touring musician, poet, visual artist, professor, and workshop facilitator. She is a vocalist in 3 collaborative performance groups: Irreversible Entanglements, More Jewelry, and 700 Bliss. Her latest Moor Mother album, Black Encyclopedia of the Air, came out September 2021 on Anti Records. Kame has facilitated workshops at Cornell University, MoFo Festival, Moogfest, Black Dot Gallery, among others. She is the co-founder of the multidisciplinary collective Black Quantum Futurism, co-founder and co-curator of Rockers Philly, and has been an artist in residence at West Philadelphia Neighborhood Time Exchange and Worm Rotterdam Residency. Today, she is performing with Irreversible Entanglements, Achilles Navarro, Cesare Holmes, Luke Stewart, and Keir Nuringer. Irreversible Entanglements are a liberation-oriented free jazz collective formed in early 2015 by saxophonist Keir Nuringer, poet Kame Ayewa, aka Moor Mother, and bassist Luke Stewart. And I just want to pull some words from the Irreversible Entanglements bio that feel relevant to today's convening. The spirit and subject the band channels and explores represents a return to a central tenet of the sound as it was founded, to be a vehicle for Black liberation. As creative and adventurous as any recording of contemporary avant-garde jazz, but offering listeners no abstractions to hide behind, Irreversible Entanglements create music that both honors and defies tradition, speaking to the present while insisting on the future. Without further ado, I welcome to the stage Moor Mother and the Irreversible Entanglements.
These stories run deep. These stories run deep, run deep. These stories run deep. These stories run high. These stories run high. Project steps keep going to the afterlife. These stories run deep. These stories run high. Project steps keep going to the afterlife. To the afterlife. These stories speak daddy's lullabies. Christian golden eye. The government suicide on pride. Mirror, mirror on the wall. On the wall. Divided in the slaughterhouse of the chamber. These stories run deep. These stories speak daddy's lullaby, Christian golden eye. Fallen Malachi, the government suicide, overdose on pride. Mirror, mirror on the wall. On the wall. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Divided we fall in the chamber hall of the slaughterhouse. We all wore red, we all lost our heads. So you ain't get the word of mouth. Just a visit in the oval. Just a visit in the oval when the reptilians out. Dinner party at the devil's house. Fearing God, fear of God was the pant and blouse. Memories faded. And they don't love me like they love you. And they don't love me. They don't love me. They don't love me like they love you. Is it because I'm black or they want me black and blue? Ignorant truth, imaginary noose. We getting killed out here, hashtag. Condos and body bags run high on NASDAQ. And we want our money back. We want our money back. We don't want art. We want our money. We want our money. Give us our money. Keep your art. We getting killed out here, hashtag. See, we want our money back, printed on fresh cotton and a glass of blood from the Confederate fountain that runs up through the Blue Ridge Mountains and stop at Mount Hood. While knights of the Ku Klux scream manhood. They scream manhood from sea to shining sea. Oh, say, can you please put some more land upon the menu? And don't let death compliment you no matter how ugly you feel. I said don't let death compliment you no matter how ugly you feel. Fix up, look sharp. 'Cause everything falls apart. North Philly rooftop view, Purple Heart scar tissue. And it was a thrill. See, it was a thrill, but now the thrill is gone. The thrill is gone. The thrill is gone. And we all sing along, dazed out, dumb, saying death to our dreams before they come. Looping trauma, looping trauma, looping trauma, looping trauma. And they all actors, benefactors of evil, mislead you to not even believe you. Escape the drama. Escape the drama. Because the myth holds weight like. Because the myth holds weight like. All the money from cotton rights. Like all the money from cotton right. The myth, the myth, the myth. Oh, the myth holds holds weight like the myth holds weight. The myth holds weight like all the money from sugar, right? Like all the money from sugar, right? Right? The myth holds weight like. The myth holds weight. Like all the art, like all the ritual, like all the art, like all the spiritual, stolen, stolen, stolen. The myth holds weight like all the artifacts, all the Africans, all the artifacts, stolen, stolen, stolen. The myth holds weight. The myth. And we see what we always seen. And we see what we always have seen. What we always see. See, we see what we always have seen. We see time, experience, episodic memory, all wound up in the places we call home. The places we call home. Wrapped around the objects that inhibit them and embedded in the land itself. See, it's embedded in the land itself. It's only our so-called failure to accelerate quickly enough on the progressive capitalist timeline to arrive to the future. To the future. Envisioned by the state. A future envisioned by the state that produces nostalgia. Nostalgia. The so-called failure is always what keeps marginalized Black, African, always what keeps Black and brown, what keeps people locked in a narrow temporal present, bereft of tools, disconnected from resources, with limited access to time, memory, and rooted location. There are those for whom the word survival must sit at the tip of our tongues. There are those of us for whom the word survival must sit at the tip of our tongues as an open question. One that is ultimately temporal. While none of us who count ourselves human ultimately survive the act of living. Survive the act of living. Some of us have the privilege to stretch out the act longer. And yet, even in the face of forced nostalgia, we find resistance. We find resistance. We find resistance through remembrance in ever-expansive timescapes. We find resistance that disrupt the timeline or otherwise hack it to ensure our survival. Our survival. What do they care about our survival? Our survival. Our survival. Through the recovery of binding ancient and new Afro-diasporan tools, resources, technologies, we can construct the portals. We are the portals. visions containing rhythms, textures, artifacts. We are the portals. We are the portals containing visions, containing artifacts, containing rhythms. We are the portals. We are the portals. We are the portals. Filled with spirit, breath, a knowing, a knowing, a knowing, a knowing. It's a crime to know. It's a crime to know. We are the portals. We are the portals. Portals. Containing multitudes, a deeper past, a new prayer. We are the portals. We are the portals. Irreversible entanglements. The weight, the weight, the weight, the weight, the weight, the weight. We are the portals. We are the portals. The lost time capsule, cornerstone of Seneca Village. We are the portals. We are the portals. We are the portals. AME Zion Church demonstrates how the Western linear timeline, the timelines are openly hostile to me, to you. A lost time capsule, cornerstone of Seneca Village. AME Zion Church demonstrates yet again how a black burial ground serves as a literal infrastructure of white progress. The lost time capsule, cornerstone of Seneca Village. What has happened? What has happened here? What have you created? What have you created? What are you creating? What has happened here? What has happened? What keeps happening? What keeps happening? Creating a wave of gentrification, stretching forward and backward in time. What is happening here? What is happening here? It invades our deaf space-times. Even in death, they penetrate our resting. Even in death, they penetrate our resting. Our resting. Our resting, our resting time, our resting space. Reverend Christopher Rush had escaped slavery, enslavement, and ran away to New York City. 1798, New York City, 1798. Just 2 weeks prior to laying a time capsule inside the cornerstone of the first African Methodist Episcopal Church, 1853. 1853. The land on which the church sat, the land had been condemned. The land had been condemned by eminent domain to make way. Watch how they make way for Central Park. Watch how they make way. Watch what they do next. Watch what they do. The continuing, the looping, watch. Under the church. Under the church. Time is a hymn. Under the church. Time is a hymn. The first sermon, an offering for freedom. What freedom? Whose freedom? Are you free? I don't believe it. I can't conceive it. But that's just what they say. That's what they say. The Tribune and the Sun, a hymn book, mementos for a future past, future, a portal. We are the portals. We are the portals. We are. We are. We are the portals. We are the portals. We are the portals. We are the portals. On bass, we have Luke Stewart. On drums, we have Jashir Holmes. On saxophone, we have Keir Neringer. On trumpet, we have Achilles Navarro. And my name is Moor Mother, and thank you. We are Irreversible Entanglements. We are the portals.